So we're
All right.
live now. But yeah, I guess for everybody joining, I have a good friend on today. Inigo, do you want to talk a little bit about yourself? This is I think the second time you've been on the stream with me, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Yeah, it's the second time I'm a guest in this channel. Very excited to be here today, and let's have some nice games.
Awesome.
So, what do you think about the latest
So
discussion
what
in
do you
the
think
Elves
about
Discord about the
the
choke? I think you gave a pretty good argument about the choke. I think you gave a
different
pretty stages where every pilot struggles, like depending in the specifically in the Delver matchup. That was very interesting.
Yeah, so I think what I've realized is the majority, I think, of elf players, um, the sequencing is probably the hardest part, and I think that's why against Delver, Carpet of Flowers is probably, if they need help, is probably better. The other thing is, when I talked to Jorg about this and I reviewed some of his replays, I noticed that he would have his sequencing is pretty good from what I've seen. Just you don't get as far as you do with elves without good sequencing, and I think his sequencing is pretty clean, especially when I've watched him before. I think where he has struggled from what I've seen is getting to the mid game, what to do, especially when the board states are very complex. Um, and I think that's why he opted to use choke. And congratulations to Jörg, by the way, if he watches. But he finished second yesterday in the Legacy Challenge. Notably, he ran two chokes in the sideboard, and I think what that does for him at least is it gives him a clear, defined game plan of what to work towards and how to win. In your other matchups, you keep in natural order, so that's kind of the long term play in terms of winning the game. But without the natural order package, I can see how it would be difficult for some pilots to know how to finish the game because endurance is kind of a bridge. It doesn't actually win the game on the spot the way scavenging ooze used to. The issue with ooze is you just don't have the mana. Because it doesn't line up well with Murktide Regent because you don't have the mana to just complete completely keep sinking mana into trying to keep your opponent off of Murktide. So um, that's kind of my thoughts, real quick, on that. The discussion originated from the Discord channel, but if you want to add anything to that, you can, Inigo, right now.
Yeah, I mean, what you said about the ooze is pretty true. Plus, it's super vulnerable to submerge because you lose all the advantage you pulled.
Right, right.
But what I think is like the main difference I feel when I'm playing opponents and I play carpet versus choke
Uh-huh.
is like an opponent might concede to a resolved choke
Uh-huh.
at a certain board state, but carpet usually doesn't like playing a carpet doesn't usually make your opponent concede. Whilst a choke, if you land a successful choke on a full tapped opponent,
Uh-huh.
that might be lights off for him. So I think it's like maybe I don't know higher ceiling
It definitely
maybe.
is the higher ceiling. There's no doubt about that. I don't think anybody would deny that. Well, I think what I'm saying though is more so along the lines is uh, before I think the first issue what I mentioned, the sequencing issue, is a lot of L pilots have trouble I think with sequencing, and that's why Carpet has traditionally been good for a lot of L pilots because it kind of fixes some mistakes, and they can just build towards the scavenging ooze, which it before would be just lights out, right? We don't have that anymore unless you opt to play the one of Arasta or the one of shifting serotypes, which is what McWinsauce won the showcase qualifier with, a singleton
Hmm.
like closeout option, right? Like Ooze used to be that, but it just doesn't line up well at the moment. I'm not saying
Yeah,
it
it's
won't ever.
outdated.
Yeah, it's a little bit outclassed now by Endurance, and it just doesn't line up well with the Murktide region. Maybe if Murktide got banned or just for some reason fell out of favor, then Ooze can come back. But as of right now, I don't think Ooze is remotely playable.
Yeah.
It's just too slow, right? Like it's just too much mana, and like Legacy is just at a state where it almost feels like vintage from 10 years ago. The how fast the games are.
It's all about efficiency, I think. And so I think what you said also makes a lot of sense about the carpet helping on the sequencing, especially on the early turns, where it's basically where our priority usually is to develop mana, right? To
Mm-hmm.
like establish a strong early game
Uh-huh.
to transition into the mid game lane. You usually want to land an endurance or a bog, and
Uh-huh.
then try to close out the game.
Right, right, right.
But
I
so
think
if you're, yeah, sorry.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think carpet really helps the type of players who, I mean, I say this jokingly, but I mean, I realize that this is a large percentage of just not elf players, but magic players in general. I think carpet helps a lot with players who, where I will say, cast spells at random. And what I mean by that is where they don't really sequence that tightly, but because they don't, it kind of like fixes their mistakes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like more forgiving.
It's more forgiving, exactly. Whereas choke is more just like a haymaker, right? Like, but you have to get to the stage of the haymaker, and I think Jurg, his sequencing is good enough where he can get to that stage of the game. It's just that it just makes it more defined of what he needs to be doing. You can do that obviously with Green Sun targets like Arasta or Ceratops as well, but choke will give you additional percentage points against control, for instance. But I
Yeah,
think
yeah, of course.
I think that
But
will
also, if you,
go ahead.
yeah, sorry, if you check one of the screenshots Jörg uploaded, so
Uh
it's very interesting because he mentioned that he had this type of hand where you're able to vomit or your hand on the board with
uh
the help of a cradle or some heritage druid shenanigans,
uh
but he opted to wait until a certain turn to land the choke. So it's like the power of choke. It's not only resolving it, but I think it's more when you resolve it, right? So if you resolve it when, of course, it just makes sense, right? But when your opponent's full tapped, or maybe to try to block him from a certain color, as
mhm.
Jörg did in one of his screenshots, where he mentions he was stopping his opponent from even casting a plague engineer, which would be the counterplay to his go wide strategy on that game. So
Right,
that is,
right,
I
right.
think, knowing when to cast the choke. I think it's the gives it more power because it, of course, turn two uncontrollable choke is very good. Nobody's gonna deny that. But
Right, right, right.
on
If your opponent
longer
is
grindier games,
uh go ahead.
yeah. So there's that. Plus, also in my mind, at least, because this is something I was thinking for some time. Um, Grist is such a good card against control. If my choke eats a prismatic ending, which is the only answer to Grist, I'm just so happy that I'm getting one prismatic ending out of the way.
Right, right, right. I mean, yeah, it definitely has its applications. I think it really depends too, right? Like, obviously, I realize not everybody, has the same win rate as like I do against blue red, for instance. But I personally don't feel like I need it, but it is a reasonable option if what you're struggling with is just how to close out the game after you got back through the initial hurdle, right? I would say Jorg is also in the minority for that. I don't think the majority of L players are at a level they need to be with sequencing, and I think Jorg's sequencing is probably a lot better than most. So I also think that's why he prefers the choke to carpet, right? Because
Yeah. So what you mean, I think, is like it's not a solution for everybody. It's just a specific problem for a specific person with a specific level of play already acquired.
exactly right. So I think the majority of L players probably still are step one where they need to improve on their sequencing, right, to get to the place to actually cast choke, which I don't think is Jorg's problem.
No, no.
All right.
Yeah, of course, of course.
With that
All right.
said, I think we can go ahead and talk about the list I'm going to play for today's lunch stream. Um, I'm gonna play again the two duresses to see how I like. I know Inigo was giving me a little bit of a hard time. Oh, yeah, how Newton answers problems is he just thinks this card is gonna fix everything, right? So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, there's diminishing returns, and the more discard you play, the more open you leave yourself to Veil of Summer. Also, turn one means that you are a little bit vulnerable on the draw to things like Oops, All Spells, or Belcher, but I'm just counting on just not running into those decks.
Yeah. So one thing to mention is if you are like me and you are running still triple Sages and you want to try this list, probably it's just necessary to cut the third one in favor of the eighth fetch. It's like a must if you're running so many discards, because if you run an opener with discard and no fetch or black sauce, it's like you're dooming yourself.
Yeah, it's like somewhat related, right? The Boseiju count and the black or the discard count. So I think with a higher set of discard, I definitely want to be on at least 8 fetches. In the past I've run as many as 9, and then even 10 in the Deathrite era, right? But this is different times where I think at minimum you need to have the one Boseiju as an out, like made into random things. And
Yeah.
then I think 2 is like pretty free still, especially going up to 21 lands. I know I still see decks running 19 lands that I just don't understand how, like, they continue to do that and with like 0 copies of Once Upon a Time, for instance, and then they say, "Oh, I lost to Mana Screw." I'm like, well,
Yeah.
that happened for a reason, right? It's because you selectively chose to run the less stable mana base ahead of time.
To be honest, I think elf players are slowly embracing Once Upon a Time's power,
Uh-huh.
because I usually check on the 5 list dump and even the paper magic dumps and everything, and
Uh-huh.
I slowly and I'm definitely slowly noticing an uptrend in Once Upon a Time copies on the Nettle builds. So I think I guess by sheer brute force they're realizing how good the card is, and results speak from themselves, right?
Yeah, yeah, I definitely agree. I think the number of I haven't seen in a while. I mean, here and there, I guess, but like for the most part, in competitive lists or lists that do well, I haven't seen 0 copies of Once Upon a Time lately. I think the number is like at 2 at the moment. Keep, but definitely, I think the minimum you should be running is 3, and especially in the Nettle build where you have like less resilience, I think Once Upon a Time really helps with that. So they're even, Jesus,
Yikes.
yeah,
At least they took a mulligan to how much? Because they are on 2 cards. Oh, no, they didn't take mulligan.
no, I think
Multi 6, yeah,
unfortunately
multi
we
6.
paired into this, which is like essentially
Looks like their
flipping
hand
coins,
doesn't
right?
have much action.
This matchup is like flipping coins in my opinion. Like if they go first, they probably win. If we go first, we probably win. So like, unfortunately, we lost the coin flip.
Hmm. Yeah, this is the time where you feel good about having 3 main deck Bosages. Cracking.
Ooh,
Speaking.
speaking
So
of the devil himself,
cracking a Trinisphere for 2 mana. I think that's pretty good feeling.
I'm debating whether to lead the Cradle or not. I think,
I think you have to play Forest and just crack the
yeah,
Trinisphere on their end step.
agreed.
So bad news is we're giving them 1 mana, but they already have 3, which I think casts most of their spells. So
Uh,
that's a nice clock.
I think here, yeah, we just cracked the Trinisphere.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no.
No.
The Blood Moon is
So if
a
we crack the
problem
Blood
as
Moon,
well,
we
right?
cannot we
Huh?
cannot play we cannot make a turn 1 play because Cradle makes no mana,
No, no,
and
there's a
we are
Blood
still
Moon
under.
now. Cradle makes 1 red.
Oh right, it's true. Hmm. So what would be our plan here if we play Cradle?
I think we just don't do anything, to be honest, and then we just play towards a natural order, right?
Mm,
Because the moon, we can't really do anything even with the well, we can only cast one Heritage Druid.
Yeah,
Potential.
probably Archon can't take the game. Yeah, okay, I agree.
I think we just
I
don't
think
do
if I'm
anything.
playing alone, I will blow the Trinisphere just for how good it feels. All right.
So it's gonna be a 4/4 and then a 5/5. Jeez.
Oh,
I think this matchup is just like I said, it's flipping coins. Unfortunately, like if they're on the play, I don't think we're gonna win. Like most of the time, and the opposite is kind of true as well.
yeah.
It's actually harder than before because um, they have like Fury, right? Like main deck now.
Yeah, but I think this is one of the matchups where a snuff out is so good.
I actually don't like Snuff Out only because of the susceptibility to Blood Moon.
I think taking out one of the, because usually these decks they just deploy one, what, like they put threats into play. So if you can like imagine if we had snuff out the first threat, would be on a quite good position, I think.
Hmm. I think here we're just playing Planeswalker.
Yeah, I wait. How much mana I have? I think I would have named probably what's the four mana sorcery? I don't remember
Oh,
the name.
Confluence?
Yeah, I think that's what I'm most afraid of on this board.
I don't think we can play around that for what it's worth.
Okay, so
But there is some merit to playing that, yeah.
because they can go faced with it too, right?
A little bit regretting not hitting the Basage. Sorry, hitting the Trinisphere now with Basage. The problem is we needed the fourth land to get to natural
Yeah,
order.
yeah. No, I think definitely your line was correct when I just was tunnel visioning into into Boseiju in the Trinisphere because it's such a good play, a nice play.
I
All right,
think
so
we bash and then we throw away an elf.
yeah, vigilance is OP, man. All right, so overvoltage here in the chat mentions the nickname of our opponent, Elvis Visionary. Yeah, pretty
There
a
is a
traitor to the
chance.
tribe.
There is a chance that we should have hit the Trinisphere, but it was tough because we needed the land, right?
Okay, so wait, this could be problem. So we go down to. Do we
Do
jump with the Shep?
we? Well,
I mean, we could save it, right? But they still have one card in hand, and they have a ton of mana. So what do we accomplish if we keep the Shepherd? If we top the Canal, we make a lot of mana. We could try to chain glimpse.
I think we have to block actually.
Yeah, I think we probably are forced to block it. They just trade
And we
because they're gonna
hope that
have
we
to.
draw a Visionary off the top or Green Sun off the top.
Oh, our Reclaimer. Our Reclaimer is not big yet. Yeah, no, so probably Reclaimer not
No,
good
it doesn't
enough.
challenge that.
Oh, true. We traded the. Yeah, so maybe that's a reason not to trade the Shep.
That's
Oh,
exactly
good.
what we needed.
Yeah. Are you meant to get grist here?
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Let me see. Did we attack the first turn it was out? No, he has natural order. Definitely want to Green Sun here. It's just what do we get? I think it's probably the Grist Bite.
So we put a blocker. Yeah, I think that it's okay. Funny enough, we name Place Walker and we play our own Place Walker. It's like we're cheating the game.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to play the Boseiju out?
No, I don't think it does anything at this point. We might need it to kill something later on.
Yeah. Okay, so right now I'm super afraid of
I think we are gonna stabilize actually.
Confluence.
I
Yeah, it's
think
not looking too bad.
we have to
Uh,
attack
are,
here. I think.
are those tokens forced to attack?
No, but I think they have to, so we have to
Yeah,
jump.
yeah. Yeah, okay.
But I think we're gonna stabilize.
I mean, we
Like I
died
don't think they
to.
have burn.
Yeah, the Confluence has a burn mode, so I think. Yeah. So I think Greece making tokens through Chalice, that's like the best here.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what about next turn blowing up actually the Chalice on one?
Why? We have lethal next turn.
All right. So yeah,
Yeah.
true. Nice.
That's actually a very hard. It's actually very
Nice.
hard to win against a
Game
turn one
one.
Trinisphere too.
I mean, turn one Trini, turn three Blood Moon again. I think that was pretty good.
So this is
Okay,
what
so we
I.
agreed that. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. So the game plan here, actually, you mentioned you changed it. I think a few weeks ago. It's a minus glimpses and in the endurances. And I've been doing that. And actually, I won on yesterday's challenge. I won a game against a Blood Moon, a red Stompy opponent,
Uh,
and it felt so good. The endurances felt so good.
yeah, I think we just want to like apply pressure and like here. I think the snuff out could be interesting. If they don't have a blood moon, I think I'd probably like that over than a glimpse,
Yeah,
which in my opinion
we
doesn't
have
do
one
anything,
more
right?
cut though. We could cut Bog too.
I just want to hit land
So,
drop. I think the game plan is to get to turn four natural order or turn four green sun for endurance or Chris just to stabilize the board.
right.
So I
So,
think I
a
like
question.
that. Go ahead.
I've got a question here. So, yeah, you can submit and then you can give me your reasoning.
I could.
What's your
Yeah, I think I like
your
this.
yeah Progenitus against Archon on this matchup? Because I'm pretty split.
I think it depends if they have planeswalkers on which version they're running. If they're running the Goblin version or this version, this is the version I'm talking about. I think Progenitor is better because Archon doesn't really do anything, right?
Well, I guess Archon just stops the board wipes. Which if we can
There's
cheat our
no war
guys.
ripe in red that answers Progenitus though.
No, of course, but maybe we don't have enough time. Depending how many turns, because as you mentioned, usually the plan is go. Oh my god,
I mean,
turn one again.
I mean,
Oh my god.
yeah. So it's unfortunate. Like this matchup, I unfortunately don't think it's that skill intensive. It's actually just,
No.
it's like whoever goes first probably wins, right?
Yeah, it's. I think it's how both hands align. If their hand aligns poorly against yours, you probably want to stomp them. And if they have the turn one three ball or blood moon before you land the fetch, they probably win.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is very how this matchup goes. Just make 4 land drops, then you start to play. This
This
turn
is why
one,
I
you
kept the
start
bog,
turn
by the way.
three. Well, oh my god, even playing the monkey.
That tells me their hand is like all mana.
Yeah, air probably.
Natural order off the top here would be nice. Okay.
Well, yeah.
I think here.
Wait. Do we?
What?
I wanted to play fetch into claimer because it would be a 3/4.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's actually pretty good play. I was just gonna green sun, but that I like that play too. Too late though.
What are we looking for here?
I was just gonna green sun for three.
Grist?
No, I was just gonna green
Ah,
sun for the
endurance.
endurance. Huh?
Yeah. Oh, a good body. Oh yeah. So overvoltage here has a nice point too. Fetching for forest, pretty good play.
Yeah, I just did too quickly.
No, yeah. I actually I was tunnel visioning into Reclaimer 3/4. I didn't even think about getting the forest ASCP, but that's true. Yeah. Yeah, I mean 3/4 tribal, right? So do we kill the token engine or like the war boss? Oh my god.
Oh my god. I
Well,
mean,
at least
I don't think it would have mattered, right? In this
we can
situation.
cast it again, right? It's lethal.
I mean, if we cast the vision of Reclaimer, that they bounce that too, and then it would just do like a million damage to us here.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's that Trinity. Like, we could survive this if that Trinity wouldn't be in play easily.
I think we're dead regardless.
Can we? Yeah, okay. Yeah, probably.
I mean, we have to. Yeah, we're dead. There's no permutation here. I mean, even if we took the other line, we're dead anyways. Like their hand was just. This is what happens sometimes against his deck.
Okay, on the play finally, I guess. So yeah, about what you were mentioning. Is there really a version that runs no planeswalkers on the red Stompy?
I think
Because
we're
the
playing
only
against the version without planeswalkers.
you think I because I well let me actually check that
There's
out.
two versions, right? Like there's the version we're playing against, which is like the goblin version, and then there's the control version, which is just like no goblins but all planeswalkers, and then they hide under a ensnaring bridge. That version I think is easier to beat. This
Mm,
version I think for us is harder to beat.
yeah, so I guess I don't meet that version that often because for me this is this is like what I would call the standard list, the one uh with mixed threats with between the three ball blood moons goblins and then probably one Chandra or something.
No, they don't usually run Chandra. Like this version is like very aggro. Like the other version, the reason to run it is because they try to hide behind an ensnaring bridge, but that version doesn't line up very well against us.
Hmm. So I remember that version. You know what? From the Eternal Weekend that you mentioned when you made the Jorg's Eternal Weekend run review.
Uh
That
huh.
you mentioned how he adapted because on the sideboard plan, this not is it's the changes suggested to take Progenitor instead of Arcan, but
Mm-hmm.
because he saw the Planeswalker, he made the swap.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
That's
this is good. This is
this
okay.
is
That's
good for us,
okay.
yeah.
That's acceptable. Yeah, a free token too. Nice. Nice. No chance we play out three reclaimers here, right?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
You get blown out by sure, that's fine.
Ooh, it's good we went up to four shepherds, I
Yeah.
guess.
Let's see if they attack.
Yeah, the game is just so different without the Trinisphere. It's just a different match.
Mm-hmm.
So even if they get the Blood Moon next turn, we gotta squeeze out of the juice out of the Cradle this turn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice. Even
Oh,
better.
that's really nice. Yeah, that's Blood Moon insurance basically.
Mm-hmm. I just want to commit to the board here, especially knowing that the shields are down for them. Here we can play around the any sweepers by keeping Reclaimer up, and then it also holds our endurance too. Sure, let's see how they do it.
Nice. Interesting. So maybe
They may go
if you go
4-0.
3-1. Yeah, for sure could be also. Yeah, oh, to clean up the shepherd. Yeah, yeah, right, right. I mean, that's annoying, but it's fine, I guess.
1-1-2.
Yeah, so mm, I think we rotate.
Yeah, for sure.
What do we get though? Second forest, arbor.
I think we get the Arbor.
All right.
because that gives mana, right?
Yeah, yeah.
If they want to blood moon us, like we still have
So
reclaimers. Like we don't care.
Newton's fifth law or so, it's we you don't know what to do, prioritize mana.
Wait, what'd you say?
Newton's whatever law, like extra your laws. It's always have a strong mana base, and then if when in doubt, reclaim for Cradle, I guess.
Hmm. So let's see the attack here. If they attack,
So there's
I think we block.
yeah, there's one point of that. Okay, so just get the so just get the trade. We take 2 damage and we get rid of the token generation. Yeah, that's looks good to me.
Yeah. I think we're gonna hard cast the endurance pretty soon. So I think we're in the driver's seat of this matchup now.
Yeah, let's hope for like
Like the game plan here is just 3-4 tribal, right? Or natural order.
yeah. I'm thinking how we could cheat into play the reclaimer. So I was thinking maybe we like a good top deck would be Shepherd or Greensun, but probably if we get Greensun, we would get Waffle Grist.
I think. Wait,
Oh,
what?
I think we sided out the Grist. I think yeah.
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, so yeah, there's no play in the reclaimer here. All right. Yeah, what you said, right? That's pretty desperate. Like not desperate, but it's you don't when you don't have anything else to name, you just go chalice for a different number.
Hmm. And we're not gonna put anything because we don't
Yeah,
want
yeah. We
to,
want to keep our graveyard fresh. Yeah.
and we don't want them to put these cards back.
Well,
And
that's
I think we just take the one.
yeah, yeah. No, I mean that's an amazing trade.
I think the game is probably over.
Hmm.
Like we're pretty ahead. I think I don't want to expose myself to too many, expose my arbors too much, so I'm just gonna deck thin here.
You're right.
You know what I mean? I don't want him to just pyrokinesis me or something randomly.
Yeah, yeah. Or top deck a second fury and get extra value out of it.
Right, right. I want to strand the removal now. Oh, that's an. I was gonna say a
Uh,
very good top deck. That's not
yeah,
good.
it's actually a good top deck. Just we need to hit our shepherd.
Uh, I think here I want to
I think.
attract.
How about yeah? That's what I was going to say too. So we can keep up the deck thinning.
Hmm.
So this is actually, I think, for myself too. For myself first and foremost, one
Hmm.
of the things that it's important to like to decide when to turn the corner in this matchup. When we stop on the block to stop being on the blocking job and start to bash in, right?
Yeah, I think given that we don't have a payoff in our hand, we have to at least pressure them a little bit.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, the ancient tomb
The ancient two is gonna start adding up too.
made half of the work for us. So
Hmm.
yep. And we just swap the bog for another fetch, I guess.
I don't think so because we don't have any more. Well, we can fish for arbor, I guess, but I think that's fine. So I think here, yeah, I think we take the fetch and then we just don't fetch upkeep. We just want to leave it up.
Yeah, yeah. Like a fetch for without paying mana, right?
Hmm.
We keep reclaiming.
All right, I think the game's over.
Yeah, they're gonna start to trade unfavorably now, and any top deck from us. If we find any top deck that lets us play our hand, it's just
Mhm.
mm.
I think if I attack with awe, then yeah, I'm just gonna play it safe. Just one is good.
I mean, I don't think they have any tricks up their sleeve because
Hmm.
they have only colorless mana up. But yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. So, what do they have any outs? I mean, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. So no, they have double red. Yeah. So conference could be an out, at least to wipe up reclaimer. Mm, But
Inigo is on
no,
Discord.
oh, oh,
We don't
do
have
you don't have
black
bios
though.
left? Oh my god.
If they do this, they can
They go
actually
to
activate.
2.
They would have to go to two. Vengevine, thank you for the follow. Let me debate that.
Oh man, the multitasking. I think we don't have. We can pass. Yes, just pass.
Yeah, I think because then they can just chump block this and then start attacking us the next turn, or they can trade as well, and we can actually only kill one of their things. So that's fine. Our, we're unfortunately locked out by the challenge right now.
Yeah. So we need a way to escape. Oh, yikes. So actually, fresh updates from the challenge. Mr. Bayou himself, it's 6-0.
Oh, nice. That is actually really annoying.
That is some damage. No, I don't. I don't think we want to double block the bugbear.
I don't think so either. Like
Yeah,
we
we
have
just need a way.
we just need a way to just turn on our stuff or draw the natural
Yeah,
order.
or
That
that. That's
that's
pretty
pretty
good.
good too. That's pretty good too.
Yeah. So second lesson about Newton. He likes to put the good cards in the deck, right? Like rule number one of this deck probably is
Uh,
no bad top decks. I think.
you're. I think if you're undefeated and you don't care about going undefeated, yeah, you can probably just scoop. It's not a big deal. That's your call, personally. I think.
Hmm.
They may attack with
If
all.
you are secure to enter, I mean to if you are locked with the current score, Jörg, I think it's a good idea because it's a buy in the top 8. Plus, you're not gonna get paired into him because first seed gets paired with the last seed. But still, if it's a good like it's Delver Insurance, right? Going into the top 8, 8 cast players.
Oh, I could have. I screwed up. I should have
Oh, sorry, I
targeted.
missed that. What happened?
I should have targeted myself so I can put the Bayou back
To
in and
turn on the
cast again.
bias. Yeah. That's fine.
but that's okay.
We
That
have
was a misplay
a
by me because then I killed them and yeah, they're just dead. I think. Well, that's not true because they could go to one.
I mean, their deck is doing what they're built to do. Top deck threat after threat.
No, I just punted though right now. I got sidetracked.
Yeah, but I mean, they are just playing to
Oh,
the top. Oh, yeah.
there.
Oops, the I win
Oops.
button.
This is what I mean
Yeah,
by this is the big eraser, right? Like why people like natural. Like if you screw up, it can undo it for you, and that was definitely a pun by me.
yeah.
Yeah, the line should have been put the Bayou back in my deck.
Like I was gonna mention it. I was gonna mention. Yeah, yeah. He's going to say it. Yeah.
My opponent
I
said nice
mean,
top deck.
oh right, because viewers in chat cannot see because of the camera position. Yeah. Oh,
Uh-huh.
so I think maybe this week we can add to your stream the MTG bot counter that tells you the league score. I mean, it's pretty easy.
Mhm.
Yeah, that camera is strategically positioned to hide chat, guys.
My opponent just said my list is suspect. It shouldn't have reclaimer.
Yeah,
So my
uh,
opponent's kind of salty, I guess.
yeah. Probably he didn't check the second placement of yesterday's challenge. Should probably update his elves list knowledge. Newton with a salt back.
So my opponent said your list is suspect. Elves shouldn't have reclaimer, and I just mentioned. I think you should check what want Eternal Weekend.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I could say a 20% Nettle gamer still. I love everybody loves drawing his deck, like it, at least for the fun of it. But is so the just the being a person who has played both versions for a lot of years, and I mean a lot of years, Nettle. When you go back to it, you definitely feel how the Nettle version is mm, easier to handle by plague engineers or just a single well-positioned removal on your heritage during your glimpse chain or a strategic force of will to stop your natural order if you don't have your shepherd out. So I think it's just having more outs to more threats is just makes you a better deck. That's it. It's not.
I just want to just okay. I don't even. I'm surprised this is coming up, but to me, it's even more simple than that. Like, do you want to play the good cards or do you want to play the bad cards?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have fun
If
drawing
you want to
cards,
have
that's
fun, sure.
fine. But I think there's no. It's little little arguments in favor of Nettle versus Reclaimer.
Like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's funny to me. Like, if people want to play the traditional build, that's fine. I'm not gonna like say anything. I just think it's funny. My user, my opponent here, who cannot spell Elvish Visionary, by the way, is telling me what I should be playing, what I shouldn't be playing.
Yeah, I mean, I can something I can tell in favor is like the Reclaimer version is like so much harder to play. It punishes you harder for your mistakes, right?
It
So
does,
you
it
were
does. So
talking, you were talking,
if you think
you
you're
were
gonna make mistakes, yeah, then you can play the
you were talking
traditional build.
about the natural order being the eraser. Well, the glimpse combo turn is another eraser, I guess. When you have like a nettle heritage and you draw your deck.
Hey Marcus, how's it going? So Marcus
Hello.
is the high tide specialist here that we have luckily in our chat. So Vengevine asked, so Glimpse is like Ancestral Recall in this version? At minimum, yes, but you can still drop your deck. It just requires a different setup, is all.
Yeah. Something that usually happens on this version is
So the
Ventivine is
line
that
is,
usually.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry. That you usually want to bounce. So you are more concerned about the mana because on the Reclaimer version, the main source of mana are your cradles, while in the Nettle version, the main source of mana are your creatures. So you want to sequence more carefully on the Reclaimer to keep your if you want to keep your glimpse chain going as long as possible. So that's something to keep in mind, definitely.
Actually, I screwed up there. I like tunnel vision.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe we wanted to play a one drop before firing the glimpse to max on mana.
No, that wasn't the reason. I needed, this is duress. I needed to play collective.
All right, so this is ant we're facing.
Probably, yeah. So I just threw the game right now.
Yeah, who knows? 5, 8. Okay, that's a good sign, definitely.
No, that's a bad
So
sign.
Marcus,
That's a bad sign for us.
Marcus, how's the new high tide version going? Because I remember you Newton asking why they were back to playing high tide, and I guess there was some innovations on the high tide department lately. Oh,
No,
so it was an
so in
EOT.
Eagle, anytime your opponent casts duress, they're playing an unfair deck, and I just screwed that up because I what I needed to do there was play collective oof.
Hmm.
Now I could be just dead here. Cabal ritual maybe.
2 mana.
Yeah. See.
Ugh.
Well. Yeah.
I mean, they don't. It's a underpowered version of that read of Cabal. So LED. Yeah, they're playing them. The artifacts out is probably a bad sign.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like I just tunnel vision right now too quickly.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. So this is a matchup I am having a little bit of struggle lately. So I think it's nice we paired into it because probably you can give me some pointers here.
Yeah, I was. Vengevine was talking about it. Like, so he asked me about the ancestral recall. I was like, well, if you want, I can show off a little bit with glimpse. But then we just like we threw the game here because duress was a tell that our opponent was on some kind of storm deck, if not doomsday. Um, and we just should have played the oof because we had the graveyards blocked the following turn. So I think we actually would win the game one here, but we threw the game.
Yeah, the rare game one win against Ant, right?
Against Ant, it's actually pretty common. They're like the same clock as us, in my opinion.
My win percentage says otherwise strongly.
Maybe they whiff. I don't know what's going on here.
I mean, they stopped on a pretty safe spot. They stopped at 5. Well, I guess they stopped where they should have stopped, right? Well, mana is not an issue. That's
No,
for sure.
this is the type of game that would get me frustrated. Like,
Well,
because I threw the game, right? Like, we should win
but
this.
you know what? It's fine because we have 6 discards waiting for game 2.
Yeah, we threw this game. This
It's okay.
it is
I
not
trust.
easy
I
to.
trust you.
Oh, go ahead.
I trust you. I trust on the discard eraser that you brought in today.
No, yeah. The thing about this version is like you make one mistake and you usually just lose the game on the spot. Like you kind of have to play perfectly, and I think most people cannot is the issue.
It's definitely hard. Okay, so we bring in the graveyard hate. You kept a Vicio. A ver. Well,
I think we keep.
Yeah, turn one discard, three elves make mana, a way to find the cradle, and a way to close the game.
We have to get hit a land drop, which is unfortunate, but in the
Yeah,
first
cannot
two turns.
say
But I think otherwise this hand's pretty good.
can't say no to turn one Thoughtseize on this matchup. I think this command's working. Let me see. Yeah, there it is. Oh, sorry, I was just typing. Can you reveal the hand? What they had?
Yeah.
Because I think that's like most interesting for everybody. The ritual thoughts is yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
They took the wrong card too. Ugh.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
not bad.
nice. No. Hey, Robert. Okay. Reveal your secrets, opponent. The ponder. Did they shuffle of the ponder?
Yeah, they did. They probably drew the
Mm,
Inferno off the top, off the Ponder.
yeah. The Mr. Land. Yeah, so you can cross the turn, I think, of the hand.
Yeah.
Hmm.
We did.
It,
Both players did. Now they did not.
yeah. Hmm.
So yeah, we threw this game, this match, unfortunately. But it is
Yeah.
what it is.
I'm
Learn
sorry.
from my mistakes. I cannot multitask very well. The good thing is like I catch it obviously when it happens, but I just kind of I can't do. Essentially, I'm doing three things at once. Right? I'm trying to read chat, talk to Inigo, and then play at the same time. Um,
yeah.
it is definitely. I appreciate streamers who can do that very well.
Wow. So Georg's here says like his warrior spirit wouldn't give in a single game. But yeah, those are two tough opponents on the top eight. I think that was a good call, Georg, because also top eight is sorry, eight cast. I missed the eight on both names. Eight cast is pretty brutal against those combo decks because of Chalice. So I definitely think you did the smart move. So yeah, sorry about that. I just messaged Newton this afternoon if he had like free time that's to chat because I enjoy just chatting with him, and he offered this. He made me the stream proposition which I couldn't turn down. So yeah, that's on me for chatting too much, I guess.
What happened?
About distracting you on the collector offline.
No, it's okay. It happens. We're just playing for fun, anyways. Like that, it's. I think it's more important than anything else, just to like,
I mean,
for you in the chat, I guess to learn. I think the thing there is like, the big takeaway is game one. Like you see the duress. Normally you wouldn't play the collector oof, but given that you saw the duress, you should play the collector oof there instead of drawing more.
yeah. So basically, the important thing was like put them on hand early so you could take the good you could make the decision of putting play the oof out instead of going for committing to the claims, right?
Yeah. So Marcus asked, "Who is my guest?" It's I just mentioned it's Inigo. Username's Broncor. think, but yeah, I think game two we just drew poorly off the initial hand was fine. We just needed to, hit a land. Unfortunately, we hit the other tutor target in our natural order target in our deck, but I think I'm okay with that. But yeah, we lost.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
drew
if we
game
if we
one for
took game
sure.
one, if we took game one, we would be on the play game three, which is big. So we have one game of as cushion, but yeah, we missed it.
Yeah, I
Okay, so we kept this.
yeah, because if you take away the Archon, the rest of the hand is actually pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Like you go turn
So
two, probably endurance.
so Newton here also another thing you guys have to know about him is he keeps
I keep almost any hand.
90% of the hands.
So that's the other thing about me, right? I will keep almost any hand. Also, the endurance with the cradle with the glimpse going is pretty good too.
Yeah.
If we
Secret
depending what we draw here, right?
secret mode number 2 on endurance. Number 3, I guess.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
interesting. So is this
it's got to be lands. No, it's 8 mulch.
it's mulch, yeah. That was one. Well, so actually endurance not bad here.
Yeah, it would just
Uh
pitch the Archon.
yeah. Archon pretty useless too, so
I can't believe people are playing this card. But I mean, I guess you gotta do what you gotta do.
I saw an 8 mulch list post on Twitter yesterday,
Uh
and it had like 4 collector loops on the sideboard or something like that.
yeah, I think they're just trying to hate 8 cast. They've just given up on beating combo, from what I understand.
Sure. Like this hand is a little bit scary, but no mana bond. I'm fine.
I didn't, but I heard something. I didn't know they were playing three, but I heard Drop of Honey's coming back. Thank you for the follow,
Yeah, I
Stefan
saw I
84.
saw I saw Albert post the list. Yeah, that's pretty scary too, to be honest. Yeah, you might do. You might imagine having to buy second tabernacle if you want to play 8 mulch on paper. That's what the
There
hell.
was some consideration there for what is it called? For just firing off a glimpse, just just so we can hit more land drops. But let's see what they
Like
choose.
glimpse pitch. Yeah, could be.
But they don't have any
I
pressure on us at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Right, we are. Oh,
Um, I think given this hand, I
so
what?
natural order only is representing hoof here because Archeon is in hand.
Mhm.
So
I think we have to. I don't think we can do nothing for another turn. I think we're just gonna have to just play through the board.
all right. So sacred mode
Hmm.
enabled, I guess. We float 1 mana here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not too bad. Okay, so get rid of
I am
that.
back to two Besages, Stefan. But this is what I
Yeah.
mean by like I don't think we can just wait too many turns because our opponent's gonna get close to comboing soon.
Hmm.
Especially since they have the yeah. So that's my other fear, right? They're gonna have two Rashid imports.
Yeah, soon to be 3 as well.
I don't think three because they're gonna use two to tap two of our lands.
Yeah, if they find a land drop, which is, well, not that one. Yeah, this game's gonna go long, but I'm fine. That means they don't have the. Oh, so this is that list. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I think this is a similar list from this guy that Robert's mentioning. It's
Thank
running
you for the
uh,
Prime subscription, Stefan.
the the the, um, the Tower of the Magistrate main deck amazes me. Like it's just I don't really think 8cast is so popular lately. So there must be another reason for them to main deck the Tower of the Magistrate.
It's good against Batterskull. I mean, not Batterskull. Cauldron Confluence.
Kaldra, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What the hell? It's a lot of mana, a lot of ports.
So the reason why
Also,
I got the Arbor there is because I want to make mana.
mana, right?
I'm thinking
Yeah.
about multiple turns in advance because we're not going to win anytime soon,
Yeah.
especially after drawing the hoof.
So keyword for Newton is exponential growth, right? Oh, we don't have the other arbor, right? It's true.
Yeah, I heard that too, Robert. That they really struggle against that.
Yeah, because right, most of the mana comes out of petals and ancient tombs. So if they want, you have to pay at tabby tax every turn. Well, you're gonna take some damage. Um,
Sometimes when it doesn't matter, I will float. It's a little bit of a mind game, I guess. I will float the wrong color just to see if that changes their plan. Like I will
mhm.
randomly float red, for instance, against certain decks, and they think or white, just in case they think I'm
Yeah. In case we're splashing another color, right, or
mhm.
some spice, I guess. Oh, all right. So, yeah, that makes us go pretty wild. So, why would you get Reclaimer or Heritage? I think we go Heritage, right? This is you often mention it that the Lance is a matchup where Heritage shines the most.
Mhm.
Oh,
Ooh.
they have that.
Oh, that changes our plans.
Yeah, might be forced to get. Oh, we don't have the Endurance Season in the graveyard.
But we have to get Archon
Hmm.
now, right? Well, we'll see what they do too, right? Like it
Yeah, we
depends
can't get.
if they play scare or not.
Yeah, so to get Archon, we need like Cradle.
So the heads up here is we're not gonna bounce because that will scare. That's more likely to scare our opponent. All right, so they've opted to go for the
End of turn.
yeah, for the Merit Lage now. I
Mm.
think given that
So wait, is there a chance that if we hit Cradle of the ones, can we cast the Hoof?
uh
So we could find Cradle, then Green Sun for Heritage. That would be 5/8 mana on tap an elf.
let me think about that.
Oh, sorry. So is my mic too loud? I can't lower it down. Sorry, guys. Okay, that should be a little lower.
I think it's
I
because
think.
I'm using the I don't have a dedicated mic, Marcus and Stefan. I'm just using the webcam, but I think here we probably just once first to see what we get.
So top pick would be Cradle, right?
Right, and then Heritage is probably second.
Uh,
Where's the well? Okay, there's the Heritage Druid. I get a yeah. Hmm.
um,
A little bit awkward.
second insect? No, I don't know.
I think here
Uh,
we have to pitch
wait.
what?
There's no Archeon. We pitched it to. Didn't we? Didn't we
Oh,
pitch
you're right.
Archeon?
Okay, we're just dead then.
So no endurance. So can we somehow draw one extra card?
No, I don't think there's a line here. They have a maze, so keep that in mind.
All right, they have a mace. Yeah.
Uh, Jax pointed out something that in general is a heads up play, but I think in this situation, actually, let me think about this. Actually, Jax is correct. I should have sequenced it backwards. I should have natural order first for the Archon, given assuming we didn't forget that we already pitched it, and then play the Green Sun for two. The logic there is so you don't actually draw it, but that's actually correct by Jax. I think we expect to lose game one, so that's okay. This matchup tends to be very difficult. Is this the normal? This is not the mulch version, right? Like otherwise they would have had it. I think this
No,
is
I
the
think
no.
this is like a middle way, like it's in the middle between traditional lands and full combo mulch.
I think we want to do something like this.
Yeah.
We don't even have enough we have to keep a glimpse in. Actually, I think I'd rather even keep the collector hoof than a glimpse.
Yeah. So that's something I've changed my mind lately about is regarding the collector roof. I usually side it out against lands, but it hosts a lot. If they keep Mox reliant hand, it just so if you are just lucky and it aligns well favorable for you, Oof can be very casually very good against them.
So, so Stefan, we're not talking about the once upon a time. We're talking about the green sun for two. Before casting natural order, or before we thought about casting natural order. Yes. This is like okay, but not great. But
I actually like this hand if the game goes long.
the thing is, I don't think we want the game to go long. I think our game plan is like turn four natural order with once upon a sorry, not once upon a, run afoul like backup. It's probably the best case scenario.
Ah, the mulligan in.
Unless the opponent is like inexperienced in this matchup, there's no way they're gonna allow you to combo.
Yeah, but a mulch though, mulligan's pretty. I don't think it's a particularly good deck to mulligan. It can go off a low base if they find like mana, like some acceleration into mulch. They can recover pretty good, but they can draw some awkward hands. I don't think they're allowed to keep hands without exploration or mana bond,
I agree with that.
especially against us, right?
Okay, so they yeah, this it's weird that they have mana bond. I thought that they were on the normal list, but I don't really.
Yeah. So this is if they don't activate. All right. So they're activating.
Interesting. The good thing is this hand, the opposing hand that doesn't actually do anything. Oh, they want a loam. That's why. Okay, let me think about that.
Yeah, I'm thinking if it's worth to. Okay, yeah. So you also want to draw cards, all right?
Oh
Oh, that's
wow,
so good. That is
that's
just
really
so
good
good.
now.
Yeah, yeah. Now I'm less afraid to play the Boseiju as a land drop. Yeah. Perfect.
I
And we
mean,
can
we have
play
to
our
play the
symbiote
Boseiju as
out.
a land drop regardless.
I was thinking about holding it, but now that we do top deck, the endurance is just yeah.
So the greedy line obviously is to let them dredge the loam and then target the lands there, but then they can do it the following turn is the problem. And I don't think want to get into that situation against them. Um,
Yeah.
I think we have to do it now.
What's the reasoning for not for opponent not wasting us instantly? Like we just trying to play for the feel of the dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, so here, Unban Mental Misstep, and Jax and Robert agreeing to that too. I think opponent pretty greedy.
Yeah, yeah. I think that it's possible they just don't know the matchup too.
I mean, the deck's pretty new, so maybe they don't have the lines clear. But yeah, definitely, if the elf player goes for ramp and you have access to a wasteland, you want to waste their arbor for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're the lands player, you do not want the elf player to develop mana.
Well, they're still not firing the wasteland. Oh my god.
I think they're tunnel visioning into this. Is my
Yeah,
guess,
yeah,
and we're not gonna bounce. We need the mana.
yeah. All right. So
Uh,
Hydra got time, I guess.
no, we have lethal.
We do. Oh yeah, 4 attackers. Magic numbers. Sorry about that. So it's 24, right?
Yeah, it's one of the magic numbers. If you're gonna play
Mm-hmm.
those, Unban
My
Mental
guess it.
Misstep actually brought up a good. There are some players I've seen, not necessarily out of lands, but I've like seen some Delver players hold their wastelands for cradles. That I don't believe can be right.
You don't? I actually think it's not bad. Not that bad.
Agree with Jax. Like, I don't think they have their experience in this matchup. I,
Hmm.
Zombies, unless it's like 10 or 5 to 10 zombies turn two, is not gonna get there against us.
I mean, the hand is does nothing else too. So that's the only merit to our opponent's line
Right.
because the hand was just forest and fetches. So
Yeah, so I've actually, yeah, more than ever I've been boarding out Glimpse of Nature because like in these prison matchups, like Moonstompy comes to mind, Curses comes to mind, like you just don't have the time, right? Like they go
yeah,
lock piece, lock piece, lock piece, and then threat, threat, threat. Like immediately after, you just never have the chance to glimpse, and it's actually why I think we should just play towards natural order.
yeah, and also about the change mm, of approach with the endurance because it's good for value, right? You if you are under a tabernacle effect, you are supporting 3 power with 1 mana of yours, while if you are keeping the 1 drops, you are supporting 1 power on the board for 1 mana. So
That's
it's
definitely a
better.
thing, but I think even better than that, you mentioned before that um, one of the ways we lose is with loam plus, an explore. Excuse me, loam plus exploration effect, and I think just having an out to that is like pretty good.
Yeah,
I found a lot of the games where I lose to lands, they just empty their hand turn two, and I have like 7 cards in my hand, but 7 cards in my hand is not going to do anything if you don't get to cast spells, right? Like
yeah.
in general, I think in this matchup, you want to be hell bent against them, if that makes sense.
I
Like
mean,
that
if
means you
you're
play
able,
Magic.
exactly, if you're able to play out your hand against lands, that's usually you're in a good position,
So
or
I
at
like
least
the
you have some room to maneuver.
I like unbanned mental missteps comment. Turn six with 2 zombies, not gonna get there.
Welcome to
So
Legacy, I guess.
so we're 1-1 right now, but we did not we I through game one
No,
against
no,
Ant.
I get my part of the folder.
And then if he's still there, who was it? I think it
um,
was somebody
it
mentioned it.
was I don't remember the name. Vengevine. We were
Oh, it was
showing off
Vengevine that
glimpse.
was jokingly said, "Oh, they distracted me by talking about Glimpse drawing a bunch of cards, right?" So I felt like I needed to show that. Thank you for the follow, Rickan2216. But yeah, our best game
So
plan against the lands, I think, is just like natural order with run a foul backup. But it's a little bit different against them.
yeah, pretty good hand. Again, I like this hand.
Our opponent did nothing turn one, which signals to
What
me maybe
they
they're on the
have
Merit Lage plan. I think we have to take the Heritage Druid. It's like the highest upside card. It's
mana.
okay, Vengevine.
Newton is always thinking about mana.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Actually, that reminds me. For anybody who likes my content, you can always just, in addition to that Prime subscription for Twitch. You can also subscribe to Patreon or check out my Discord. No, besides Patreon, everything else there is free.
Yeah.
They're gonna
So
force you.
basically, the content Newton puts up on the Discord is the same or similar what he puts on Patreon, just with some delay. So you can expect the same quality because, for example, he puts up usually the list or the latest list he's working on, but he just doesn't update that frequently for the Discord. But it's the same list, so it's not. It's only just you're getting the same content just with some delay, I would say.
I think our opponent might have kept a shaky hand, based on what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Plus, also, I want to say Newton is not very secretive about his list because of course, he always streams with the latest tech. So,
I know,
and he,
right?
and he helps everybody who asks on messaging him in the Discord. So I think it's a good place to go.
Alrighty. They haven't done anything. I don't know if the current, these versions of the deck are running Blast Zone. I suspect they do. So that is something I want to keep in mind. But with that said,
So we just play the guard for heritage. I would play symbiote for sure this turn.
I want to check this first and see what this yields. The
Hmm.
Visionary is really good here.
You don't know half of it, Stefan.
Yeah, I would say Inigo is, one of my biggest endorsers, I would say.
But I want to mention that, for example, I'm not on any other Patreons, and I wouldn't be on Newton's Patreon
That's true, man.
usually. But I want to mention that Newton has put free content, at least I've been consuming his content for free since 2019. So when he opened up the Patreon, I think like it was a way to say, quote unquote, thank you, because basically he was. I remember the early stages of the Discord. Like everybody was asking, it was must be frustrating for you answer so many questions and the same questions so many times too. So yeah, for me it's like a way to say just saying thank you.
So I appreciate that, Inigo. One thing I want to mention to Twitch chat right now is I could have taken the one damage, but I felt the flexibility of being able to hardcast an endurance, if need be, was worth not taking the one damage there. Like, hopefully that makes
Yeah.
sense what I just said.
This board state is reminding me. I have a very funny game against. It was against a land, traditional land,
Mm-hmm.
and they chose to go for this weird sideboard. They went for Topor Orb, and I
Mm-hmm.
just happened to hand, just like you do right now, a
Oh, our
heavy
opponent's
endurance
dead.
hand.
Thank you for the
Yeah,
subscription, unbanned.
so we
Our
just
opponent's still
activate, I
scared.
guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't realize what's gonna happen right now.
Yeah. So I guess that this is just. Oh, yeah. So they are just not familiar with the matchup, I guess.
Yeah, I just think our opponent is just not familiar with what's going on.
Yeah. All right. So I was telling, they were playing top order, and I had an endurance heavy hand, and I guess opponent didn't realize, or my hand just aligned very favorably against them. I played like turn two or turn three triple endurance because it was blocking. So I played them on the evoke mode, but they were not sacking because of the trigger being blocked. So I put like 9 power on turn two, and it was opponents were like, okay. So I didn't expect that.
So yeah, I think this we can just throw this match out. Our opponent obviously was either new with lands or just not familiar with this particular matchup because
Yes.
they missed a pretty obvious onboard trick there, and the way that they were playing didn't seem like they were familiar with the matchup. But really appreciate that. So these subscriptions, Unbanned, just doing the community and myself a big favor slash support, right? So I really want to say I appreciate the support there, Unbanned Mental Misstep. Also, what is your first name? If you don't mind me. Well, actually, it's probably easier if I just call you Unbanned Mental Misstep instead of by your first name. That might confuse the audience, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and quickly take a 1 minute restroom break, and then I'll leave the deck list up here again. This is what we're playing tonight, or this afternoon, and then I'll give Inigo a chance to talk a little about his stream while I take a quick restroom break.
Yeah, so I'm just still a noob regarding the Reclaimer version. I'm happy to be here as a guest. I've been playing the version for a long time though, but it's just hard to pilot. As you can see, even Newton makes some mistakes. But this, I think, so personally, a type of stream that helped me a lot learning and improving with the deck were Newton plus Romario streams, sorry. So yeah, I think the when multiple like when you have like multiple pilots playing the same match is good because sometimes they give alternate lines that if you're playing alone you are more prompt to tunnel vision into. So yeah, I wanted to stream. Yeah, okay. So Robert here is putting me to the wall here because I said I was gonna stream. I had something's going on in my real life, right? So I couldn't stream. I had a whole week of work and I couldn't stream. So I hope to get my streams back this week, hopefully. And okay, so I know Newton and the other elf players are not high on that card, but I am actually pretty excited about the new card that's coming up on the new Capena Commander set, the boxing ring card. So I want to test that card as removal for elves, right? I know it's pretty slow, but I think uh, so. Probably I'm tunnel visioned into it, and it won't be so good. But I think the Wirewood plus that card is gonna be pretty crazy.
Judy, can you call Luke? Okay, I am back. Hopefully, I didn't miss anything. Any interest? Okay, the fire that they mentioned, that's the work of Inigo. Obviously, he's trying to promote blood elves, right? That I see.
I just mentioned that I want to test, and this Wednesday the card I messaged you about the boxing ring.
Hmm.
So funny enough, everybody I asked their opinion for. Nobody has given me positive feedback on the card, but nonetheless, I want to test it Wednesday to see how it feels.
So Inigo, two things. I think one, never allow people to dissuade you from testing a card if you're really high on it. Keep in mind when I first started testing Reclaimer, people thought I was crazy, so there is that. Uh, with that said, though, I do not think it's good. But don't let me dissuade you from playing it.
I
Uh,
mean, it's pretty hard to dissuade me anyway. I test, I've got Newton told me many times, Inigo, I don't think it's worth your test time. But
so I want to address the elephant in the room. Unbanned mental misstep just pointed out. Three Once Upon a Time. I know before I said Once Upon a Time is one of the most. I think Once Upon a Time is the most broken cantrip printed since Ponder. I think Ponder came after Preordain. I could be wrong. Whatever that. Well, actually, I take that back. I think Probe came after those. So it's the most broken cantrip since Gataxian Probe. The reason why I'm only playing three is because not too long ago I was like, I think I played one league with Yorion and just messing around, and I went 4-1 and I knew that the list was suboptimal. But one thing that I think one reason why I went 4-1 with the list was because the fail rate of the deck was lowered. So what I mean by that is I was drawing Archon, I was drawing Cradle Hoof, and I was drawing Progenitus a lot less because it was 80 cards. And it got me thinking, how do I reduce the fail rate of a 60 card deck? Because I knew obviously Yorion is just suboptimal. We're probably like 2 to 3 printings away, maybe 2 printings, like at least 1 to 2 printings away from it being any good. Um, but I was like, how do we remove the fail rate or reduce? And there's 3 ways I think. One is uh, trim or modify the natural order package. The second one is we can start to think about going down to 3 copies of Going to Nature because that's not really a card we want to draw multiples of. And then the last way was trimming the fourth copy of Once Upon a Time. Now, I don't think it's realistic to cut the natural order package because while bad against Delver, I think it tends to be very good against almost everything else, and that's why I don't think at this point the power level decrease would be too high. I think Glimpse, there's some merit to playing only three copies. I think I've seen like a list one time. I forget who played the hybrid version. I think it was, I don't remember who it was, but somebody was playing a hybrid Nettle Reclaimer list like a year or so ago, and to some success with it. I think the easiest cut is the fourth Once Upon a Time because it's awkward to draw multiples, and at the same time, I wasn't playing the fourth Shepherd, so at least from a power level perspective, I felt like that was a decent enough trade off where if I'm gonna give up a high power card, I'm getting another one in return. So if we were already playing for Allosaurus Shepherd and I had to play like the first Queer Ranger, for instance, or the second Birch Lore, I probably would not make that sacrifice. But given that we had a high power card to trade for in instead, I was okay making that swap.
Yeah. Plus, I want to add to that you mentioned on Discord a few
Uh,
times is about the free wins, right? So Shepard provides some amount of free wins against control or other decks, and that's something that's just not negligible, right? So
I think it's not
it's
even
a
the control decks. I think if you play tight, you're. I think you can beat control with zero shepherds. I honestly believe that. Like I don't think shepherd. I think if you play tight, and unless the control deck is playing like something crazy, like I don't know, four
yeah,
terminus.
I know. What I mean is just the free win aspect of it, right? So
Yeah,
sometimes you just get to play four elves. They don't have a removal because they are cantripping. You get to top deck a Cradle and whoops, you just took 20 damage.
yeah. I think the free wins also come really. I'm thinking of like the chalice matchups, for instance, and
Yeah, exactly.
what's it called? And the fast combo decks that play Force of Will is where Shepard really shines. So I'm okay with playing the fourth Shepard over the fourth ones. Um,
Oh, Marcus, I think that's just not right. And I tell you from my heart, being a Nettle gamer for many, many years, um, I think if you want, I rather go down to one Arbor if you are worried about if you are on the Nettle version and you are worried about breaking. I rather go down to one Arbor, but not 18 lands. Seems I don't think I've ever run 18 lands.
okay, Marcus, is 19 including Arbor? I'm assuming it is.
It must be right. It's not. It's
Yeah, because
just
then
crazy.
I think in that case, uh, I personally think I probably wouldn't do it, Marcus. Like I've been pretty happy with 21, obviously, and the Netto equivalent would be 20. I think 19 is already like middle. I would not go to 18 though.
Hmm.
The
Yeah,
thing, the,
Okay, Beatsor just, I mean,
like
Beatsor is a good
I
tool.
can't undersell how well it depends too, right? The Queer and Ranger count matters, but like I honestly think you just want to hit land drops naturally.
Hmm.
Um,
Sorry, small plug here. Mr. Bayou locked for the top eight and first seed.
Nice. So I want to address Stefan's question first. The collective move in the sideboard is reasonable. I just think that there's a certain amount of cards I want in against blue red that I want to play regardless. So I might as well make room for it. You can obviously play in the sideboard and play the fourth Once Upon a Time. Like that's reasonable. I just don't think. I think you can get away with playing Oof main, and it helps a lot in the hard matchups.
Yeah. Namely, good example about that is this league, our loss to Ant. That's a good example where main deck oof, it's very relevant.
Well, we would have
Plus,
won the
also,
game one there. I mean,
I mean, we
we're.
are cradle control, right? I like. I know it's so. This is actually a nice topic to discuss, but so I know usually is a bad thing to try to cover up everything, but just having access, given that we are inherently a toolbox deck because we're running Greens and Zenith, right? So running the one of is pretty free, and it's just it gives so much coverage for things that are devastating for us, like a GT, fast artifact mana decks is like a killer against 8 cast because they don't have dismembering game one. So is definitely a semi brick during normal games, but the upside is so high.
Uh,
I
I think, yeah, I think besides what Inigo said, if you want to play Oof in the side, I personally think it's fine. Um, but it better be for a high level, high impact card, and that card would probably be in our list, the fourth Once Upon a Time. Like I'm not gonna cut that for like a Queer Ranger, for instance. So I think you can do that, and that's the list I actually told Ethan, who was on a little bit earlier, uh, to do, which is just the play all the most broken cards as possible.
yeah. So apart from very narrow meta games when you want to target somebody or some deck, I think if oh, you're going to an open meta, I think the main deck oof it's great to have. I told this to Newton, but I found myself because I like to trim cards and test many variations a lot.
Mhm.
So sometimes I found myself Green Sun Anything for oof when I moved it to the sideboard and saying, "Oh no, why did I do that?" Like regretting it. Again, we have here another Newton keep here. So this is a 6 card hand, right?
Yeah, this is but the six is pretty good though,
Yeah.
right?
So we get to ancestral turn 2.
Yeah, we have an ancestral unless they can stop it, right? And if they want to him themselves, like that's fine. It's potentially even more than that too, depending if we draw one drop and if they counter or not. Like it could be a easily double ancestral. Oh, okay,
Oh, nice.
I
So
think
shields down.
this matchup has changed dramatically ever since Boseiju got printed.
Yeah. So are we running Force of Vigor today? I don't
I
remember.
have not. I
Yeah.
just
So
think
that's
that.
something.
Go ahead.
Oh my god. Yeah. So that no
Oh,
no. I'm just here. Uh, is here. Where's the?
I actually screwed up there again.
Yeah,
Right?
Vengevine. Check out the glimpse. The no glimpse deck, right? I guess. So how many cards was that? It was one, two, three, four
Four.
cards.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty good. Turn 2.
and that's without a cradle.
So
To keep that in mind.
yeah. So basically, so okay. So they just lost.
Yeah, the game's
No
over.
green source for. So they would need crop in hand because reclaimer would enter the game summon sake. So yeah.
No, the game is already over.
Yep. It's GG.
The only thing is maybe they're on the colorless version and they're running maybe Warping Whale, but they would even have the Shepherd.
Hmm.
Sure. Yeah, I think they're on the colorless version.
Hmm. I think the next thing I like more against the prison decks than Boseiju in Atrinisphere is probably playing my turn 1 elf not being shepherd, and they pay 2 life and commit a card to play in Chalice turn 1, and then you say, oops, I got a shepherd. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a broken card, right? So it's a very good fire design. So what can you expect?
Oops, yeah.
Nice. Taking game 1 here, so good.
Okay. They are playing the other version. Debatable whether we want Snuff Out or not. Like, if they have, I don't even know what the other version has. I guess if they have
I
like,
think we do. They could have Golos, right? Golos.
I don't think we care about goals. I would be more afraid of something, or it'd be better against something like Reality Smasher or TKS if they have that. Um,
So they didn't reveal any green at
mhm.
all. Mm, I think the most common is the green. I would just
I think we
take
would
my
still
chances
play
on
it. Yeah, the
boarding.
Snuff Out. They probably still
Yeah.
have Reclaimer. I don't think
Hmm.
Endurance does anything in this matchup, and Bog probably doesn't do anything in this matchup.
I disagree. I like to keep one bog because sometimes they can try to lock you up with Ramunap, and so I like
But
when
they
I
have
when I
so
have
many ways though to turn on Ravenat. Like I don't think Bog is gonna stop Ravenat. I
no
think
no it's not it's so usually I like to keep it in. So when I take care of the tabernacle
Uh-huh.
with the Boseiju,
Uh-huh.
to remove it from to exile it so they can rebuy it later on.
Hmm.
So that's come up sometimes for
I
me when
think
I
it's
have
too
access.
narrow. I don't want to draw this is the problem.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? So I just have had these awkward games where I just managed to get rid of the tabernacle and they just rebuy it later, and
Mm-hmm.
it felt just so bad.
You're talking about with the Besager, right? Yeah, I just think I'm not playing towards those kind of things with that lineup. I'm like I dare them to have it.
Yeah. Plus we are one game up, so speed.
Like as for me at least, as a general rule of thumb, I want all my cards to always be live. All right, there's the snuff out that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Free
So
spells are broken, everyone. News. More breaking news at 9 o'clock.
more breaking news. Yes. Drawing cards, free spells. What else? Gaia's Cradle.
Right, guys, creators even both right. Cheating on mana and virtual card advantage. So we're gonna put the arbor back, but the rest of the hand is like quite good.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's albeit a little slow.
Well, opponent is mulliganing too, and it still didn't keep the 6. So I'm smelling maybe going down to 5.
I suspect they will ultimately keep if they haven't mulligan already.
I mean, personally, mulliganing to 5 feels like a loss already.
Exactly right. I just
I don't usually go to 5. I just keep whatever 6 I'm dealt.
yeah. See, so they kept as well. The nice thing
So
is
I
if they go
guess.
turn one reclaim, okay, probably turn one chalice.
Oh, okay. So it's the colorless version, yeah.
We don't really have anything for this matchup though.
What?
We can kill that. It's just I don't know if we even care.
It's just not worth it, even, I think.
Yeah, I just don't know if we even care, right?
No, I don't think so. So again, here Newton playing the good lines here, playing the heritage first. So if they go chalice or something, they are punished because we have shepherd in hand.
Right. This incentivizes our opponent to play a chalice. I think if they had it, they would have already played it unless they top decked.
Yeah. So I
Um,
think it's so natural to you that you don't even mention it.
right. But as a general rule of thumb, like not even with elves, but just in general, you want to make it as awkward for their sequencing as possible.
Yeah. Plus, I think there's a lot of upsides in playing shepherd, like hiding. Like shepherd is such a powerful card. It's it's a good thing to like play last even, right? If you're not trying to play specifically against counter magic.
I think here they have something big potentially down the road. I think I want because we're gonna Grisp maybe pretty soon, but like
I think we can
there's
take one this turn and see because it might
yeah,
be
I think we can
something
hold for
bigger
now.
coming. Yeah, got time. Okay, so
I feel like we might just be hit with all his dust at the moment, but our hand can't really play around that.
yeah. Oops.
Um, if they have it, I think they have it. I like our hand can't play around all his dust at the moment.
What? Excuse me. What are you afraid of here?
All his dust.
Oh, right. It's a powerful spell. As you mentioned, free spells are broken, yeah.
Well, it's not free, right? All his dust. It's gonna be 7 mana, which they have.
Which one was the one was free? I'm mixing up things with.
Snuff out is free. I said if you're
No,
talking
no,
about
the
all
other
his dust.
one, no, one that plays one that the Eldrazi play. that's free. I can't recall the name. Hmm.
Hmm.
The one that's used to
Not of
protect
this
the
world.
market late.
I think you're thinking of
That's the
not of
one. Yeah,
this world.
yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, exactly, Stefan. Yeah, that's the one I mixed up with. Sorry.
So if they had all this, they would have already slammed it. So that's good, I guess.
Yeah, I can see why they. I can see why they thought about keeping or mulling. They don't have anything, right? Oops, it's a lot of
Oh,
mana.
I think they have it. Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, so we bounce a Shepherd for safety, right? All right.
I don't think we can really
So
play around that, unfortunately.
no. I think we have to play into it. And here just cycle the glimpse, trying to get the third land. Do we snuff the serpent here?
Maybe. It's I don't think it's two mana, two power, so they don't have any
Yeah.
threat yet. So maybe not. I don't think we care about it at the moment.
Yeah. Just keep in mind. Of course, you know, but it's +4 life, right? So virtually at 8 if we want to, 7 if we want to. Yikes! If we want to cast the snuff.
I think we probably lost.
Um. Yeah. Okay. So I was thinking if we didn't destroy the creature and we top the land, but no. What did it?
They probably should have plus, to be honest, instead of minus.
Previous
Actually,
turn?
on the previous turn, yeah.
Well, they don't know about the grist, right?
I think here we go to 10 or take the 2 life.
So wait, if we go to 10 now, next turn we go to 6, we still have 2 life to work with. I think we wait and no?
I feel like the damage is starting to matter, and
They're gonna just keep making morphs, yeah.
like especially if we draw a land here, we want to grist. Yeah,
Oh, nice.
that's why.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Yeah, perfect.
Because it has protection from multicolor, right? So
So maybe they kept a hand with
all this does probably.
all is dust, or maybe so. I guess Ugin was top deck, right? So they just kept a mana intensive hand and hope to draw a bomb off the top, which makes sense from the deck, right?
They're gonna bash at grist. That's actually good for us. I don't think we care. We're
No,
not gonna
no.
block because they get extra cards, right? If we block, so I don't want to do that. I'm just gonna
No.
keep ticking up.
Plus,
And
if we
this is
top the
life
land,
gain at the moment, huh?
if we top the land, they're dead
Um,
to natural order
yeah, no, they're not because they have the token. Yeah, actually, they are dead.
because it's 16 damage.
Well, they can
Not
blast. No,
16
never
though.
mind. I think they might actually.
That cleans up the tokens too, right?
No, it doesn't. Right?
Oh, it
This
doesn't,
is
right?
zero.
All right. So our token stays.
I think what's
They're
gonna
gonna chalice
happen.
now.
What?
They might chalice now. Oh no, they don't. Okay, so what are our arts here? Ooh, what's the full text on the Ugin? I don't remember it. Give me a second. Card Ugin.
This was not a good top deck at the moment. And I think
No,
based on the way this game, now that we know what's in their deck, probably don't want it. Just want more
we don't
creatures.
want. Yeah,
They're gonna probably go both at Gris, and we're probably
we're
incentivized to
gonna let
block
them.
one so we can get another. Huh?
Oh,
What?
mm, block one, get another. Okay, so what happens if we get a land drop next turn? No, they go face both.
They're going face. Okay, so they
Yeah,
anticipated my line then. I think they're going face.
we let them. If we top deck a land,
I,
they are dead, right?
I think since they're
Again.
going face, we can probably snuff into. Yeah, I think we can go snuff into. If they have ballista, we're dead anyway. So yeah, I'm just gonna go. Actually, that was a misplay. I forgot about the other
we
text.
are one life lower if we snuff. So if they have ballista, that's actually worse for us. But anyways, if we top deck a land, we can get them.
No, I actually should not have done that. I gave them extra card. And not only that, it turns off our fetch, right? So that was bad.
All right. Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, I didn't see that.
There goes the follow. Worse 613.
Okay, so we need Cradle,
So
Bayou.
I essentially demonstrated. Yeah, that was definitely a pun. I, I definitely demonstrated the itch that some players have to just like cast spells at random, right? So I was guilty of that right now.
I think you just like casting snuff out. That's what I think.
I was guilty of what I was criticizing, right? Casting spells at random.
That's fine. I'm gonna be just happy 2-3 in my first league with the boxing ring Wednesday. You'll see.
So they
Okay,
have the
please
ballista.
don't give us a fetch. Either have the ballista or don't give us a fetch,
Well, they got the
please.
ballista already, right? But
Yeah. Oh. Ah, okay. So they already tapped. I was thinking, what? They have to tap 2 on Ancient Tombs? But no, they have it, right? Yeah, all
what's
right.
going on?
So we board out the snaps out now.
Yeah, I think endurance is probably just better. Like I mean, it didn't seem like they have creatures. This is like the planeswalker version. Thanks for the moral support, Jide Helm. What is going on? All right, there we go. We can check the top deck. If it's a land, then I'm kicking myself. Right? We just threw this game.
Don't do that.
Sure.
Imagine Cradle.
They went after the creature though, which is
What the
interesting.
hell's going on? I think they're
All
trolling.
right.
All right, okay. Not feelings.
We don't feel as bad now, right?
I mean, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean that doesn't justify our bad play, but still.
I don't know if our opponent,
Stefan
is
says,
just messing with us there or not. I think,
yeah,
yeah, we're
yeah.
just boarding creatures now.
That's mind games, right?
I guess it is, yeah. Archon
This is like
doesn't feel nearly as good when they have Planeswalker.
it's
I think
like
I want to
Ethan.
limit this.
This is like the Ethan pitching progenitors for Hub. It's like,
But yeah, I think this is better here. What we?
mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the endurance.
Yeah, they would have lost their natural order if we drew a land. I feel a little bit better that we did not. This hand here, I think I'm just gonna lead with Heritage Druid actually. Well, actually, maybe not.
No, I think given that we have 2 copies, I think we want.
Actually,
So you want
without
to
a
turn
third,
on?
go ahead.
Like,
I think without a third elf in hand, yeah, we just ramp. It'd be different if we had the 3 elves already, and we can go turn 2 like Collector Oof or Visionary, depending what they do here. All right, we're definitely getting the Collector Oof now.
yeah.
Never warm up.
Oh, maybe no. Yes, we are. Okay, let's see what we are graded with. Yep.
I think now because they used the monolith already,
Yeah, because
we're
it's tapped.
just gonna use the visionary and dig towards like a natural order or something.
Nice.
Oh, thank you for the raid,
That's
Tony.
nice.
Appreciate it. Welcome
Let's
everyone.
go.
Raid. Speaking of the devil,
Ooh. All right.
yeah, they can't even all right.
So, oh, oh, you got okay. So you go straight for the neck, right? You go for progenitor straight.
Yeah, definitely. Welcome
Yeah, yeah. I was
everybody, and
thinking.
thank you, Tony, for the raid. Um, we are currently about to be 3-1, I think. Our one was a punt on my behalf, where I was got a little bit too show offy with the glimpse chain because of and not multitasking very well. But we threw game one against Ant.
Having a blast show. Not.
So 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, they're still a while away. Ouch! Sorry to hear that,
Yeah.
Tony.
Well, in in another line, congratulations for the topic, right?
Oh
So
yeah, congratulations on the topic. Yeah, I think I saw Jurg earlier mention that there's like two storm pilots in the topic. Tony and I don't even know who. Oh, I think it was Wonder Pro being the other one.
I mean, in order to get kicked from the top eight, you have to make top eight first. So
So
that's a
natural
good
order brings
run.
up a point, and I'm well aware that they can survive if they have whatever next turn. Unfortunately for them, they're gonna be already pretty low because this takes them to 8, and then I'm gonna cast Birch Lore here, and they're gonna have to tap the Ancient Team. They're really at a virtual 6 already, which means they're at a virtual 3, right? All right, take care, man. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Congratulations again, Tony, on the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, for what I've seen, today's challenge was pretty populated. I think it was like 60 something or 70 something. I don't remember. Let me check it.
Yes, Virtual
So,
or
so,
Morpheus. They're at a virtual 2, right?
so today's challenge was. I don't see it. Input. Yes, 86 players. So pretty good size for challenge. Yeah.
So here we're just putting out the biggest creature we can, right? 3/4, 1 mana farm, Tarmogoyf.
Yeah.
Should be game.
Okay.
So for those who don't know, I mentioned this a few times on my stream, but since we got a special raid from Tony, Tony is one of the most feared players for me personally because I can never beat him.
Yeah.
It is very hard for me to be a storm pilot or a fast combo pilot that goes off consistently turn 1, and especially if I'm not running leyline.
I guess that's hard for everybody between turn one kills.
Yeah, that's true. 3/4 for 3 mana seems that train armored on stand. Well, slightly better, I guess, right? It's endurance level, right? There we go. All right, so pretty good. We're squeaking by here with a couple of two
That's a
ones.
virtual 4-0. No, that's a virtual 4-0. Come on.
We notably threw game 1 here against Ant. Game 2, we had turn 1 Thoughtseize, but drew kind of poorly after that. So in some other universe, we would have been playing for turn 3, game
Yeah.
number 3, right?
Vengevine here distracted the pilot. Probably a Nether gamer.
But here's a list I'm playing today. The main thing I'm testing here again is I think it's the meta is kind of good for duress. I've noticed a lot of show and tell more lately, and discard tends to be able to pick them apart. You don't really need lane line, I think, at the moment, unless I'm running into Tony, obviously, who is gonna turn one me with Echo of the Eons. But the rest, I think, has some coverage and application against Reanimator. Good against Amp, good against Doomsday, good against Show and Tell. So I think pretty good overall, unless I think I'm gonna die turn one, right? EAG Nor. Don't know what our opponent is on.
Hmm. The nickname is familiar. I've played against him before, but I don't recall what he's on.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, the name like looks somewhat familiar, I guess, but I don't really know. Some people like to force my Once Upon a Time turn one because they think I kept a hand with no lands or just a Cradle, but they will be got if they thought this time. I think here, given our hand, probably just another
Hmm.
Visionary.
I would say maybe Rangers because of mana. I'm actually surprised you pick Visio instead of the mana.
The reason I have three lands already. That's the reason.
Hmm.
If I was like at two lands, one of which is susceptible to Wasteland, I would probably take the Birch Lore there. But given that we have land drops, not as concerned. Oh, they're on humans or slivers. So it's slivers. I think here we're gonna go Reclaimer into. Oh, wow, no one drop.
Slivers. This is the meme match.
No, slivers is like it's.
No, don't get me wrong. I've lost my fair of games against Sliver because, especially when they play the flying one,
Oh yeah, that creature is very good, by the way.
it's just
I don't
not
think they play
common.
Wasteland, do they?
No, I don't think they can afford to. But maybe I don't know.
So I know a question that maybe gets asked is, oh, how come I didn't get Arbor here? I'm like, oh, because Visionary will what's it called Visionary will ramp me anyways. Is the reason why I didn't get Arbor. And we're not scared around to play around days there, right? Thank you for the follow, Sir Crushington. I hope you definitely crushed it today. And you have the your end of your username is similar to the end of my name, so that's pretty cool. Might be the flying flipper here.
Newton buying the viewers, keeping the viewers.
Sometimes you gotta kiss the ring. Sometimes
Yeah,
make sure the people are happy with you.
yeah. It was just funny.
So I think here, like barring anything else, I'm probably gonna go Shepherd into Arbor into Visionary. We'll see. Obviously, easy mode is draw natural order off the top, right? Let's see if I can manifest that.
Manifest. Oh,
And the reason why I'm doing it this way is because here it allows me to potentially draw Visionary on top and get net Arbor off the net mana off the Arbor.
hmm. Hmm.
Sure.
Yes, please.
So unless they have Wasteland, I think they are dead.
It's a good death.
I know, right? TON, right? The beginning of Tony. It is definitely a combination, right? For those combination players out there.
The ending of Newton is the beginning of Tony's Capone. Oh my god.
Oh, there is the Wasteland though.
Illuminati
So
alert. What is this?
they bought themselves another turn.
Exactly another turn. Praise Reclaimer.
I know, right? If Jonathan Zhang were here, he would say praise Gristlebrand, bless Gristlebrand. But here it's bless Reclaimer, right?
Yeah, yeah. We don't pray to Griselbrand in this church.
Only when a deal with the devil is or demon, I guess in this case, is needed, right?
Well, only when we're drawing 7 or more cards
Sometimes that
of
happens.
glimpse.
Here, notably, we will not bounce the visionary. We will notably not bounce the visionary here.
Mm.
And the reason being is because I know I'm constrained on mana anyways, and my line, if I don't draw a Cradle, I'm gonna be rotating for it.
Oh,
Ooh, that is a very
that is
good.
good.
That is a very good draw.
Yeah. Mana, right?
Yeah,
Always the
everything is
answer.
about mana. Uh, oh, I mean,
Oh my, so much mana. This doesn't happen. This is not. This is not how. This doesn't happen,
this
guys.
is just we're on easy mode here.
This is just no balls, no removals.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So unless they have two creatures here, they're just dead. Because we're gonna be rotating for, we're gonna be doing a lot of damage. Sure,
Mm,
there's one,
First strike. Yeah. Okay.
and
I guess they have to have it, right?
I
It's
mean they know what's
slivers.
gonna happen, right? Like it's on board.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, this, this is like when you are on the other side on this similar board state, when you know you're dead, you are like, what can I do? You are just scratching your head, like trying to find an outlet.
Hmm. They can't attack, right? Like it's on
I
board.
mean,
I mean, maybe they don't see it, but
but credit for the like that. That's not definitely a bad draw. Like we draw very good. Uh, if we have a slower hand, that's a respectable clock right there.
mhm.
And flying too.
No need to reveal the last card in my hand. Yeah. I
If
mean,
Ethan
they
was
were
here,
dead anyways, right? Like they just have to hope that I missed it or something because
if Ethan was here, he would probably double pump or something like that, just to demonstrate dominance. Okay. So
uh
again, creature matchups, very good for snuff out.
yeah.
Mm,
This is actually run of foul is like actually probably not that great in this match. One mana
Nah,
removal is
because
kind of good though, huh?
they have, but they can choose what to pitch. So I don't know if that's good.
It's
Collector,
probably
we
better
keep
some of the big creatures, right?
we keep collector, right? Because they're probably running vials.
Uh huh.
Um,
Yo, hey Yog, how's it going? We are
Hello.
trying to finish the 4-1 here. We punt our one game excuse me match loss so far. Endurance, I think just using a 3/4 for to chump block, potentially. I don't know how good that is. The
No.
runabout a little bit narrow, but will buy us some time.
Nah, that's fine. I think this is. So you usually tell me that this is
Actually, the
one
snuff
matchup.
out is interesting too because it's not good against Crystalline. But
Oh, yeah, but what do you have? So you would rather have the endurance? Yeah,
thank you for
maybe.
the
Actually,
follow,
maybe.
Zach. Yeah, the endurance is interesting, or the second runabout, and the 4 life can matter in this kind of race. If they have Crystalline, this is just a really bad draw. So I actually think there's some merit to what Jai Helm is saying. Um, Obviously, like you can hit like random things like Canonist or Containment Priest too. Would be merit for
My
that.
my only
But
my only thought is, do we really like a 3 drop instead? Because like we really want to go fast here, right?
that's true, and they can just go wide against our one endurance. So I think maybe like that.
So actually, you lectured me on this thing, which
Uh,
is when you want to be you want to transform rather on a combo deck or take the control role. So I think in this matchup we just want to count to 4 and click natural order button, I guess.
I think that is accurate. The problem is I don't know how good endurance is anyways, right? Because
Hmm.
it's like what you did we even bring it in? I don't think we did, right? Yeah. I
No.
just don't think it's gonna stop the bleeding, so to speak. Yeah, I think one is like reasonable, but especially since they often have like white hay bears in the sideboard too, either Canonist or Containment Priest. More likely Canonist because Priest hurts their Aether Vials. This is a
Mm.
keep.
Oh, true, true.
Um, I think it's like that.
Yeah, given that we saw Wasteland already.
The bounce sliver. Did they still play hibernation? I guess that
Bounce
probably stays
lever?
in too, huh?
What is the bounce lever? Oh my god, I'm
Hibernation sliver
outdated.
is the one that they're talking about. Is
Oh right, the one you pay live, right?
I actually know a lot more about slivers than probably the average person because when I got back to Magic, one of the guys I play EDH with has slivers EDH, so I actually know a good amount about slivers more
Oh
than you would
yeah.
think.
Talking about that, I saw you answered my tweet about the tag for post for, and
Yeah,
I saw
yeah.
I saw some questionable posts right there, right? So I get it the goblin. I know you worked on Grenzo is the name, the Grenzo deck.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's like
Uh,
EDH, right?
yeah, of course, Reclaimer, your namesake card, and the other two. Can you explain?
Okay, one second.
Okay, we
This,
have the nuts here.
yeah, we have kind of, it's protected first of
Yeah.
all. Um, I'm thinking about how this is
So,
gonna play
oh,
out.
you're thinking about either natural ordering or Glemson.
I
Hmm.
feel like we wait actually because I don't want to just go glimpse and then miss and then they wasteland us.
Oh, yeah. So
You know what I
that's
mean?
that's why this guy has so many 5-0s, right? I think I would blindly go to the glimpse.
No, I
That's
think given this board state and given that they have wasteland, I'm not gonna fire it off. Like we're not under a ton of pressure. We're under some, but like it's not. And it also leaves the Boseiju line open too if they have like a Canonist or something.
yeah. So I think that's my nettle portion of myself thriving right there. I see that hand and I just can't. All right, yeah. So super rewarded for playing around it.
Yeah, see, they have the wasteland too, right? And we get super
Yeah,
punished otherwise.
yeah,
I think here, yeah, if they're
yeah.
just
So,
gonna, we're just not gonna
or
do anything.
they let us on top with it.
No, they're gonna wasteland upkeep.
Yeah, right, right. So we have a spare copy.
That is the little things like that can make or break your tournament run. And if we had done
Hmm.
the other one, we might not be able to cast natural order, you know what I mean, for a while.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. No, 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 absolutely.
It feels like they have maybe containment priest, but um, I think we can pass another turn, and then yeah, because if they have the containment priest here,
All right. So Mr. Bayou here failed to against the mono black slow depths by Deltar on the top eight. But still, I think he has to be super proud. It's extremely hard to back top eight on a single weekend. I mean,
Congratulations,
that's like
George.
yeah, definitely congratulations to him. That shows how consistent of a player he is, and also uh, how good position the deck is currently, or at least uh, for the
Oh
good
my
players.
God, two wastelands in a row.
So congratulations for back-to-back top eights. That on its own is a very good accomplishment.
All right, we have no choice now.
Yeah. So finally, the Nettle gamer line comes up.
This is the type of deck that could have Mindbreak Trap too, in theory. How do I want to do this?
Oh, okay. So you're still hoping for the Cradle land drop, yeah. So I would maybe. Oh, no, you're right. You have to play for it.
Well, I want the Reclaimer to be a 3/4 as well, right? It could matter for
Yeah.
blocking purposes.
So now you bounce replay, have 3 mana again.
Actually, I'm gonna sneak in damage while I can. We know we can't kill this turn, so I'm gonna attack.
How many sources do you think they have for Boseiju? Ah, true. Good point, Jayahem. So you mean because they are playing the mana fix land? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think
So
the thing is like Giant Helm. That's a
we're
very astute observation. The only thing is like I think going after the mana when we're behind on board is probably not the best thing either, right?
no, but it's a good point to keep in on the radar the joder. How many actually mana sources can they get of the Boseiju trigger? Maybe it's zero actually.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. It's hard to say, right?
Hmm.
I think we could have Boseiju their land there, but we didn't. If we didn't draw another land, that would have been problematic too. All right. I think we
I like
might as
how
well
you
get.
how you sometimes try to activate again the symbiote like for the second time.
If they have it, they have it, right? Okay, so
I hope.
yeah. If they have a flyer, they have a flyer.
Come on, don't have it. Insect deck.
Phyrexian?
Maybe.
Interesting. Oh, it could be a plague engineer.
Uh, Plague Engineer is
Ooh.
yeah. It's not even that like we still. Oh wait. Three. We can let two pass.
I think
I
we
think
bounce the heritage here, and then we give them the choice if they want to kill our elf or they want to kill the symbiotes.
no chance they kill the symbiotes.
They could actually if they want to. Well, actually, it's probably the elf. We'll see.
How how about naming Dryad from them to cut us from the fourth mana? Well, doesn't make sense because we can replay the druid. So it's probably elf.
It's probably insect. I think. If I were to guess.
I would say I think elf. I would say
I think they're
I
dead
would
though. They
say
only have one card left, and we can. Yeah. Okay.
it's
I
elf.
personally would have taken the symbiote here because we
Mm.
can block, right?
Yeah. Okay. So I was thinking maybe it's elf because they want to take care of Shep and they have a force, but they have single cards. So yeah, no. Have to trade one.
It's got to be this, I think. Well, Let me see.
So what ability are we removing? Oh, okay, so that's
Plus one,
actually,
or first strike.
yeah, that's
So I think plus
for
one plus one.
efficiency. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't want to jinx ourselves, but I think we have the game.
So I have a question here,
Hmm.
a ruling question. Oh, nice.
What's your
Yeah, I let you
question?
finish the game. I let you finish the game first.
For
Hoovum. So we just insect was better. Yeah. Okay. So my question is, how does the damage work in the combat? For example, here we block the. So imagine you block the +1/+1 sliver,
uh
right? Um, why did we take? So imagine if it dies,
no, no, the damage
and
is before, so it still does six. It's just that if it
all right,
modifies the health, then it would die afterwards if need be, due to state-based actions.
right. So I have this mistake doing the Death Shadow game, and I lost it because of that.
Shadow is yeah, so it's the same thing, right? Like you apply the damage first, and then after damage is calculated, then you look at state-based actions, and then if the shadow, the life total changed, then obviously the shadow lives. Then I'm assuming something like
Mm.
that happened to you.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Right. So natural order, kind of picked up on my line, right? If I were them from their position, I definitely take the 3 for 1, right? Like, especially since the elf player has already bounced the heritage root, so you're taking off one creature. Yeah, it's just like a
Mm.
misplay on their behalf, in my opinion.
Well, this would have been virtual 5-0, right?
Yeah, well, we don't know, right? Maybe we lose game three to Ant, but we definitely, got sidetracked. I was, tunnel vision into the glimpse line instead of playing the collective game one after the duress. But
Yeah,
the deck looked pretty good. Honestly, we didn't unfortunately see the duress in action, but maybe that's a good thing, right? Or a
yeah.
bad thing in case we
I'm trying to recall. So what were our matchups? Our matchups were Red Stompy
red stompy, where
and
we beat a turn one Trinisphere on the draw, which was probably pretty
tw-
insane.
twice.
And then we lost to Ant. We threw game
Hmm.
one though, notably. Um,
Yeah,
like this was a lock game, and we threw because we just got a little bit careless, and I got sidetracked with playing and talking and answering chat at the same time. This one, what were they on?
mm,
Oh, they were on shoot. Let me look.
what was that?
They destroyed us game one. So let's just see.
Oh, the Cloud Post, the
No, Cloudpost
the
was round
colorless
four.
Cloud Post. Oh, what was this then?
Oh, there was lands.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay,
So we beat lands round three.
molds.
No,
Yeah, it molds.
and then we beat colorless Cloudpost round four, and then we beat what was round five? Oh,
All right.
slivers. I
So
would
so
say
beating 8 molds without Force of Vigor and Ley Line, I think it's pretty hard. So
I used to say, like, when asked, oh, what is the hardest matchup for elves? I used to say it was lands, but I think Baseju has kind of changed that. I think the current hardest matchup for elves now is once again fast combo that doesn't go through the graveyard. So things like Ruby Storm or like the Epic Gamble, um, the Epic Storm tend to be the hardest matchups in my opinion at the moment. Uh,
yeah,
well, to be fair, also the Lance player was kind of inexperienced. They did not seem to be aware of some of the tricks or that were going on with our deck.
yeah. They played a weird.
Doomsday is actually
They
a good
played,
matchup in my opinion, natural order, and
yeah.
it's okay, Vengevine. It happens. We got the 4-1. I
I
mean, in
mean,
the
4-1
grand
is
scheme of
is, a,
things,
is
seven
pretty
seven
good
trophies is
EV
still pretty
too.
good, huh?
Yeah, yeah. 4-1 is pretty good EV too. So
Yes.
I'll take that any day.
Um, so Inigo, well, good. Regular lands is still hard to beat, but yeah, got a lot easier. I think I want to put an asterisk too on this match three. Even though we beat it, I want to say our opponent did not seem to be familiar with the matchup. So I don't really like put too much weight into this, right? If I beat say like a Jarvis or a Ali or
Jarvis.
somebody along those lines, right? Like then I would take that with more more weight. But our opponent, like I said, like for instance, didn't even realize we can activate Shepard in response to Richard import. So that especially that being an onboard trick, I don't put too much weight on this matchup that we won.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the compliment, Vengevine. So again, I'll post my socials here. It was only one league. I don't know if we have time for a second league. Is that too aggressive? One second. Let me check
Yeah.
something
I'm,
real
I'm gonna
quick.
I'm gonna go for a quick break too. So be right back.
Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then I will be right back, either to wrap up or to potentially start it. And if we don't finish, that's okay. But potentially start a second league. But give me 1 minute to check on something. Should I change another league or not? Maybe I'll just stop. If need be, I don't have to finish the league. I'll just play another match or two, and whenever you need me to go take notes down, then I'll take them. Okay, so I'll start another league. Okay. What? No, I'm not. Okay, I am back. Are you back, Inigo?
Okay, I'm back. Oh, so I see we have a second elf pilot in the top 8. So apparently Julian today was not on Delver, but he was on elves.
Oh, nice. Okay, two elves.
So
There you
that,
go.
that means this weekend we put 3 copies of the top 8.
I know, that's very good. Also, good news if you're willing to what's called continue this. I'm If we don't finish the second league, that's okay. But at least I have some time to start the second
Yeah,
league.
me too. I can stay probably for 1 or 2 rounds if you are up to. Plus, I'm having a blast, so I'm willing to stay a little longer.
Yeah, so we'll see how it goes. If we don't have time, we just won't finish the league. But 4-1 here, asterisk. Obviously, we probably got a less experienced Lance player, but we also threw one game where we just misclick, right?
Yeah, I think it's just so we have the misplay against the ant. So we got the semi buy against the 8 mulch inexperienced pilot. So I think it's Jing Yang, right?
Mm-hmm. 1 second. I
All
have
right.
missed messages I need to respond to.
The ape avatar.
So what did Jorg lose to in the event?
It was
Mono
like
black,
a
you
slow,
said? Curses?
like no, it's like slow depths black, mono black with a dark
Interesting.
ritual, and I guess it also play engineers, opposition agents on those lines.
Alright, we're just gonna yield. You need to play red to have a blast. Apparently, red blast is popular at the moment, right? Because with all the Murktide regions running around.
Yeah, I'm still working here to convince Newton to stream someday a Blood Elves list, but it's he won't do it.
You're gonna have to pry these Thoughtseize from my dying hands.
So for anybody who doesn't know, like Newton is not secretly anymore a black mage, right? Playing 6 discard on the sideboard.
To
Black.
answer Vengevine's comment, I think the negative matchups would be fast combo that doesn't use the graveyard. I think Reanimator's like perfectly fine for whatever it's worth. Um,
Yeah,
what's it called? I think the negative matchups are like fast combo that doesn't use a graveyard. And then in addition to that, I would say lands is probably slightly unfavored. Not as bad as it used to be. It's probably still slightly unfavored, but not nearly as bad. It was very bad before Boseiju. And also,
yeah.
I think we just learned how to play against it. That's the other thing
Like
too.
having game one out to Tabernacle is awesome.
I think they are on Storm or Doomsday. Probably
No,
Doomsday
I would
actually.
say Doomsday.
Yeah, with double Underground Sea.
Oh, Temple
Oh,
Doomsday?
interesting. It could be the Temple list, maybe? I don't know.
Who else plays Strix though?
Doomsday does, the Temple list with Max Gilmore.
Yeah.
Um,
That's why. Who else? I mean, what else could be? It could be like some Grixis control. I don't know.
it could be
I don't think they
Ninjas
would
too,
fetch for the double. Oh, ninjas, right?
but that feels like a slow hand from Ninjas, to be honest.
Like one question, Newton. Who would you refer to um, if, uh, if you need to ask for advice regarding ninjas? What's your ninja for reference?
What do you mean? Well, hold on one second. I need to think about this.
Yeah, I think yes, we play VCO. Or
No, we're gonna do
or
everything same turn. So I think we're gonna do it like this. This is
yeah,
beware.
bouncing
This is
one
like
drop.
next level elves going on.
Yeah, max mana. So we talked about this before, right? So it's like unintuitive maybe to do it the other way, but you just bounce one drops to have access to more mana.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm
You
gonna.
still want to bounce?
No, this is like caution. Do not do with if you haven't done this before.
Oh, I see now. I see what you attempt to do right there.
Yeah, if you are not familiar with this line, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna go over it too much, but it's kind of one of those things where you have to already know about. You cannot learn on the spot to do this.
Yeah. So you want to have 3 mana up plus Wirewood untap to get Cradle next turn.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I actually
Yes,
think
I
you
would
should.
say.
I actually think you should talk through those lines because so it comes so natural to you, but it doesn't for us. We need just a second click right there.
So the reason why I don't spend as long on it is because I feel it's more mechanical. What I mean by that is like I will hint at what I'm doing, right? Which is essentially setting up so I can get Cradle and vomiting my hand here and killing them next turn. But the reason why I don't spend a lot of time on how to execute it is because I think the users would get more use of it out of it just doing it themselves by go fishing. And you don't even need an opponent, right? A lot of this you can just go fish yourself. Is
Yeah.
why I don't spend as much time because I think the important part is to know that you can do it. The execution part, I rely on other people to figure that out on their own because it's mechanical in my opinion. To
Yeah.
answer Jide Helm's question, I have been undefeated against Cloud Post ever since adding Boseiju for whatever it's worth. And I used to think it is a lot harder. Of course, not every Cloud Post opponent is Tony, so the sample size against Tony, I think is small. I don't know what it is, but
Yeah, prompts to Tony. Like I've been having my share of encounters with him in the challenges, not with a not good outcome for myself. But there's it definitely feels a big difference to play other, not to want to disregard any of the other pilots, but he's the master of that deck, right?
yeah, I can see that because my personal opinion is I do not think. I used to think they were favored because as an elf player, I don't think you can win game one like 90% of the time. You have to get lucky to win game one.
Yeah.
And I think because of at least Baseju, it means you're probably not going to lose game one anymore. And you should be favored, I think, in all three games now. Is my personal experience with it. I haven't lost to Cloud Post, I think, in like five or so matches ever since Baseju got added to the deck. Um, the interesting thing about this here is like, what do we put our opponent on? Turn two Strix, I feel like probably a fair matchup. If I were to get control, Grease's control, so this is how I would board against that. And then if we lose, obviously we can adjust it. Actually, I should take out the that bog is actually okay because of Snapcaster. No, I don't think so, Stefan. Only because you don't actually need that many elves to combo with glimpse. Is the short story, right? Like,
Yeah, I think
why
you
would it
you
be easy to
can
actually have
change.
creatures in hand? Huh? Go ahead.
Like you, I think another step from transitioning from a Nettle gamer to reclaimer gamer, I guess, is like you don't have to see the glimpse as a like super payoff end game spell, but more of a mid game bridge into your win. So maybe even if it draws two cards or baits a force, it's already pulling a lot of weight. So and this is coming from a person who has tried glimpseless elves when I was bullied on stream that day. So yeah.
So the thing about in most situations, like how many times are you gonna lose when ancestral recall resolves, right? Like that's probably the best way I can explain. Hi Yihua, how's it going? And it to me at least, very rarely will I. It's not obviously 100% win rate, like almost nothing is, but it is very difficult to lose when a glimpse, an ancestral recall or more has resolved.
Hmm.
Like three is already dangerous. Like four and five, you probably won't be losing, right? Like most of the time, unless they're a combo that is gonna kill you the next turn or whatever.
I guess it's another eraser we have.
Yeah, it's another eraser, right? Like that's the other thing, right? Like, although I will say, less so in this version because a lot of the mistakes are due to sequencing or whatever, right? When people, I see people misplay with Reclaimer all the time. Okay, I think, I wonder what they are on.
Predict. So must
Maybe
be Doomsday, right?
it might be Doomsday, yeah. They mulligan aggressively as well. They might be, yeah. I think the good thing is our hand is quite good against that version.
How many discard spells did we bring in again?
We did not bring. We brought in four. We didn't bring in the
Did we
duresses
bring?
because I wasn't 100% sure what they were on.
All right. Hmm.
Obviously, you can like Google or whatever. I just think for like the purposes of learning, it's just not what we want to be doing. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think here we're just
So
gonna
if,
have what?
no, yeah. Yes, I was gonna say that if you are like on super like try hard mode, you can Google the map, or if you are on a big event challenge. But if you are just you know training sort of, better to adapt. Like adapting on the fly is a skill to develop definitely, and it's
Mm-hmm.
something I have to work on. Yeah. Plus they pitched preordained, right? Yeah.
Interesting.
So
Engineer.
yeah, that still fits on the Tempo Doomsday description.
Yes.
So what I'm afraid of right now, to be honest, is some Murktide.
I don't think we actually that care that much about Murktide to be honest. Um,
Well, we have a Cradle. um, I mean,
we.
what's the so again? We want to max on mana, right? So what?
I think honestly, we could just kill the engineer and set up for a glimpse next turn. If they Murktide us, that's what, a 6/6. I don't think we're that scared of a 6/6 Murktide.
Right, right. Seems fair. Seems fair. Plus, it's they have a single card. Oh, we can play through days too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, oh, that's interesting. I actually checked.
Ooh, here
Yeah, so
are
that now Doomsday confirmed, right? So
they brainstorm and then what did they do?
okay, could be some be shadow build. No, no, because they wouldn't play
Okay,
preordain.
if I plus here, let's see what happens. I don't even think I care. This is the crazy part, like about the engineer at the moment. I'm gonna plus.
Yeah, Grist is so good.
This is a monster of a card.
It does so many things, right?
It kind of makes up for the fact that Scavenging Ooze is no longer as good as it used to be.
So next turn will be. Ah, we have lethal next turn, right?
Do we? Yes, we do.
With plus Grist,
But not through days,
Cradle
but
tap.
yes.
That's right. All right, all right. Yeah. So if
They're
they
on
don't
Doomsday.
pressure,
That's the confirmation, right?
yeah, Grist is just. It was a like on its own, like without evaluating it on a specific shell. It's a good card, but in elves, it's just a monster of a card, right? Because it just covers up for so many angles for us. Like it's so great.
All right.
So do we attempt to go through days or not? That's the thing. What is interesting for me is like they went face instead of trading with like offering the trade for Grist or trying to tick down Grist.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'm trying to think what that means here. We can tick up again and then try to have lethal through. But then the problem is we lose to days and we lose to removal.
We I think we are cool for waiting one turn.
I'm
They
gonna
don't.
do
We are
this.
they're
I'm gonna glimpse and see if they force. All right, that resolved. Um, I think I'm gonna tick
so
down now and get the engineer off the board.
yeah. So you can play your elves, right?
Exactly.
Nice.
I think there is a good chance we can draw into Thoughtseize too.
Or natural into. Oh no
Natural
Archeon
one
this
doesn't save
time.
us here
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
we don't have the
You
Archon.
worded out Archeon for Progenitus. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. How to go from two dryads and a grist into full swarm of elves? I guess. Ooh,
We do
can we?
have.
So we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have lethal, right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine they having the days now?
This is really funny. We're like deciding between the grist or to play it safe, and we're able to do both.
Yeah, we end up being able to do everything, right?
Yeah. This is what I mean by we have a lot of live draws. So I was like, okay, I don't want to just run into days and lose or whatever, right?
Yeah, I think if I would be playing alone, I would rather. So I think I would be tempted to minus on the same turn. On the turn I played Grist, or on this previous situation, just plussing and waiting one more turn mm, like trying to convert grist into mana with the tokens.
Uh, I
So I
think
don't think I would go for this line on my own.
I think that's also the thing. When you get more experience with this list, I think Marcus, if he was still around, would appreciate it. Thank you for the follow, Redro Mox. Like being able to play patiently and just not panicking is such a big deal. Like essentially, the plague engineer is out. Like most, I think 99% of L players would immediately take off the engineer, but I think given our situation, like we don't even care. Like so what? They have an engineer. We don't need to do anything that involves it. We can wait a turn, right? And especially since they force our Thoughtseize, I put them on combo immediately after that, right? Or they could be
Yeah.
protecting the grist. Sorry, not the grist. The plague engineer. The problem with that is they've already moved to 5, so they're really more 4 if they're doing that play. And I'm just you just don't need to panic. You know what I mean?
Magic Maniacs.
And I know Marcus definitely appreciates somebody who can who is patient, just like his miracle list back in the day with predict, right, the sweet you know the sweet dance, I guess, is probably the best way I can explain bet- between positioning yourself for a win, so to speak. I think here
Yeah.
actually we do not have a payoff. I'm gonna lead with the shepherd. I'm gonna save the green sun for a visionary
See, possible VCO, yeah. Or emergency oof or something.
or an emergency oof, right, if it's like the right matchup for it.
Ooh, that definitely smells like emergency oof to me.
It might be this.
Because
I
it's a
think
polluted.
reanimator really.
Oh, reanimator.
Yeah, but we'll see.
Yeah, we will see end step, right?
Yeah, we will see if what it is.
Ooh.
Maybe it's removal in today's.
Oh, is it Delver?
Yeah, we
Oh,
can
nice,
go. Yeah.
nice.
Actually, I got sloppy. I should have played the land first. A little bit sloppy sequencing by me there. Hmm.
Well, I think I set you up into thinking he was a combo deck. I was not expecting Delver out of a polluted, to be honest.
I think here
All right.
the line is
Um,
visionary, in my opinion. As a general rule of thumb, I want to make use of every mana possible. All right, that's fine. I think what's gonna happen is they're gonna potentially play a Murktide Regent. I feel like their hand is like Murktide. But we shall see. Iteration maybe?
Hello, Oloro. Well, definitely the hand is Murktide, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Main deck Pyroblast into Murktide. Oh my god.
The good
Yeah,
thing.
Seal. So first card, first permanent they play is Murktide. Turn 3. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's just disgusting. Okay, Grist off the top. Oof.
I don't
Okay, so I guess
know if there was
we
anything we could have done about that.
no,
The
we
only
just
thing we could have done is just
ignore.
not make a play, but I don't really like that either.
No, that seems too.
Scared, yeah.
No, you wouldn't do that on a vacuum, right? You want to be proactive. Iteration.
We have a lot of draws. Oof. The problem with fetching here is it reduces the clock, right?
But I think we have
I think
to
we have
because
to, but it is
the
what it
only
is.
out here is go the natural order eraser, I guess. So you have to play to it.
Also, they have a Delver now, so it doesn't really change anything. I guess if they have Bolt too, but I think we have to do it now.
Yeah,
We
definitely.
don't really have 2 turns. Sorry, we don't have 2 turns on top of that. Is what I should say. We need a creature pretty badly there.
No shame. I think we just.
If we bog, that takes us to 7. I think the reason why we do is because they can play a fetch for Sanctuary and then put back the iteration. And this doesn't change the clock, so I think we cut them off iteration, off Sanctuary for iteration. We need to top deck Natural Order.
Was there an argument to maybe wait one more turn to fire the glimpse? I don't know. I'm just asking.
No, because we'd be short on mana.
Hmm.
Right? Because we have to use the mana otherwise for the glimpse, and at the time we didn't have the Cradle either. Yeah, you kind of have to plan like 2 turns in advance with this list. Like, if we waited 1 turn, we're probably just dead, right? Like, we have to glimpse the following turn and then potentially not have the mana anymore.
Yeah. So this was basically our last turn, so we have to commit to it.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. So even if we find a Grace, yeah, it's game anyways because we are 2. So yeah. So well, never mind. If we find
we have a Natural
Order
top deck here that can.
Yeah, but they have 3 guards after an iteration. I mean, have to play to the odds. Well, they don't even let us draw.
Sure. They screwed up. They should have not let that resolve.
Oh! No. Oh my god.
We're short of mana, unfortunately. Sorry, we're short an attacker, is what I mean.
In an Archon is not enough. Archon's not enough. Ay, yikes.
It's actually pretty close. Oh, man.
So it's +3/+3. So
no, we're dead. Like,
no, it's not enough.
No
it's
way
not
to do
enough.
it.
Wait, no, yeah. If he just was an elf. Yeah. I mean, it's just stupidly powerful Delver, right? They didn't play anything for the first 2 turns, and they still got us.
It's possible, like, if you look back, the unfortunate part is too, like, we put them on a different deck. That's the other thing, right?
Yeah, definitely. So maybe it was right to ramp turn 1. But you can't.
I think what we potentially, it was the turn 3 when we Green Sun, and they just forced it so they can actually cast the Murktide. But if they don't have anything to force, maybe that buys us another turn, right? Like, but hard to say.
I think, to be honest, I think they were on a mode where they would force anything we played.
Agreed.
Because like they were tunnel vision into, so they just wanted to put cards into the graveyard and cast
correct. I think they were just gonna cast spells at random, like no matter what we did there, they're just gonna cast spells at random.
Yeah, exactly.
So the thing is, like, maybe we just don't play a spell, so they can't do what they want to do there, right? Which is just like try to get a quick Murktide into play, which is like very aggravating gameplay, to be honest. But that's a different story.
I think the most tilting Delver draws for me are like the multi Delver draws or multi DRC draws.
Hmm. I think
Oh,
this.
interesting. So I saw you side out a heritage.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
I'm like
I was meant to ask
very.
you.
What?
No, no, no. Sorry, sorry. I think we keep actually.
It's a little slow though. Like turn one, do nothing.
Yeah.
I don't think we can do that.
Oof. Oh my god. Yeah,
This is
that's
worse. Or not worse,
this is
but not
worse.
good either.
No, I think it's better. Why worse? Hmm.
Actually, I think the glimpse is actually the card that comes away.
Yeah.
I don't like glimpse early against Delver.
So this is Swift. This is soft to whatever interaction against Arbor turn one, I guess. Be
Like the
both or
problem with the other
wasteland.
hand is you can't just have them deploy a threat, right? Then they're on the play all of a sudden.
Mm. Yeah, probably you're right. If I was playing alone again, I would
I
definitely keep.
Yeah, I don't think you can keep a hand that does nothing turn one because you're essentially giving up the play.
You're giving up the play. Yeah, makes sense.
That's annoying.
Submerged turn one. That's. I would never say annoying. I would say aggressive.
No, it's correct. It's not aggressive. It's just it's
No,
annoying.
no, of course, of course. But it's like so aggro, right? They're time walking as turn one. Well, at least we get to cast our 2-drop, so it's fine. Submerge is such a good card. I mean, such a powerful card.
Yeah, I think the problem with this matchup is the skill pilot of the Delver player just does not matter. Like they just cast spells at random a lot of times. Is really up to the elf player, and you have to play like 95% like optimal. And most players cannot do that, at least not consistently. Like
I think that super early Submerge too. I'm reading again an early Murktide, like probably in next turn. Like they have a Murktide, I think. Because I think if they have another other plan or maybe an the festivities or something, they would maybe keep the Submerge because it's just so good against our big hitters, right?
mhm. Let me think what I want to do here.
Poof. So
I think we have
I
to
think I
hit
would.
land drops, so I'm just gonna glimpse and see what they do.
Interesting. If what you want is hitting land drops, wouldn't it be better to
No, it's because I'm
yes,
afraid they're gonna Murktide me pretty soon.
Murktide. Yeah, okay, okay. So that serves both purposes, I guess.
Yeah, and also I just want to bait out force if they have it.
This again is another line I wouldn't have taken by myself. So I was gonna say, yeah. So you're looking for lands. You're not open to pitching the second endurance to the
No,
arbor,
no, I
right?
don't want to do that.
Okay.
It's a very risky play, I think, to do that.
Woof.
Actually,
Yeah, let that go first.
this is tough, right? When they draw two sideboard cards against us.
Yeah. So I think we discussed it a few times. Like the matchup feels like almost impossible to win if they draw two button three sideboard cards. Like
I think you can.
it's
It's just that it cannot be early, right? You have to have time, and unfortunately, I don't think that's happening here.
hmm.
Also, like another issue that happens is when your opponent knows what you're on, right? Like it's hard to
Yeah,
win
yeah.
game one.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't address this. Like it's just so easy, right? So they could just make you keep, and the moment you click keep, you get your opponent's name revealed, and that would fix everything, right? It's just, and I'm sure it's a problem for them, people making alt accounts and doing stuff. So I don't know why they. I guess it's pretty easy to implement, but not interested. Oh, hello, one of all.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's almost like It's kind of like when they had Dreadhorde. It almost feels like I'm playing against a combo deck where they just want to just throw cast spells at random. And I think ever since the Ragavan ban, it's just very hard for the elf player now because before they used to have four dead cards against us that just doesn't do anything. Now I think it's just very difficult.
Yeah. So Jokel one here points it out, right? They
Uh,
put 7 cards in the graveyard on the same turn.
like we have no
So I
choice,
think
right? We have to
I
buy
think here we
time,
trade everything. Yeah, yeah. So we trade here, and
but
then
we just
next
don't have
turn
any more cards.
we
Is the problem?
yeah.
It, like
They have 5. Oh my god.
this is what I mean by like I think carpet is very good against Delver because we just don't get into this issue where they just have multiple sideboard cards against us, or at least we have more of a chance.
That's a good card.
I think we preemptively do it now
Yeah, I agree. While they are tapped
while
and
they're tapped out, right?
we are assured that it resolves.
Where we essentially need to buy time.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's another like skill you I have to develop as Elves pilot. So removal is so rare to find and it's so precious to it on this matchup. Sometimes maybe you are not sometimes it's hard to fire an early run afoul or an early whatever you have,
Mm.
but as you are demonstrating here, sometimes like taking a step back and realizing you have to buy 1 or 2 turns to keep playing Magic is the key move, I guess.
Yeah, fetch here is rough. I mean, we're dead. Like they have six cards in
Six
hand.
cards, yeah, that's they could have even double balled.
I'm not too concerned about these games. These are the type of games where you expect to lose to Delver. Like we cannot beat their nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, slow rolling too.
We didn't get to play Magic essentially this game.
Yeah, but as Ethan says, right, it's Delver doing Delver things.
Yeah. Game one, I forgot what. Oh, game one we potentially could have won. I think this one was gonna be tough, especially on a mole too.
Yeah, can you for a second, because I think it's going to be interesting both for me and for everybody. Can we rewatch game one, please?
Sure.
So how did influence
Thank you for
our
the follow. In Electable.
how did influence our play us putting them on a combo deck? All right, so the hand was this,
So in the
and
dark,
we
I'm leaving a
decided,
shepherd, right? That's like a given. Unfortunately, we drew a fifth land here. That was kind of
fifth
a
land, right?
killer.
Yeah,
Slight misplay by me. I think also given that they didn't do anything. Usually you expect the other player to bolt your one drop because what if you play a cradle, right? But that's a
mm-hmm.
different story. I think here we played it right so far. I think they
Yeah.
bolt.
If we knew it was Delver here, I think there's an argument for us to have gone for a reclaimer, maybe, or
It
even
wouldn't have mattered, right? They blindly just forced whatever we did here.
yeah. So I
So
want to see how
so
did they?
the
Okay, so
way this
that's what you.
okay, the way this game played out so far, the problem is these blue decks all look the same too, right? Like it could easily be
Yeah,
Grixis control. Like look at the fetch lands
yeah,
and
yeah,
like
yeah,
I think you have to green sun for two here, and they're gonna force obviously,
yeah. I
which
don't think
is the
that's
correct
that's
play,
even wrong.
huh?
I don't think this play is even wrong. Even if we knew it was Delver,
Hmm.
it was okay probably.
And when they did that, I was just like, great. Now they have a Murktide.
Yeah, no, that's
We also, it's unfortunate too because it's exactly the correct what's it called, like if they were one off, we could bog, right? But that's a different story.
yeah. I mean, if we just knew a turn earlier that they were on Delver, we had the bog in hand, even if we didn't have access to Reclaimer.
The other issue is we top deck the fifth land. I think if we top deck anything relevant, we'd make a different line and maybe we're okay. But then the game was lost after that. Like
So actually, that was land number 6, not 5, because we played the arbor.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
nothing everything.
yeah. No. Our draws were very bad. Yeah, not very bad, but not fast enough to fight this start of the and when we're just one creature off from beating them, right?
No, we needed them to just not have anything else. In addition to everything they didn't even have a great hand. It's just that our hand was bad, if that made sense. And it got worse because
Yeah,
we top decked the
this
land, right?
unholy hit secretly saved them. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, we actually
I
potentially steal the game, right?
yeah
But
yeah.
yeah, I mean, it is what it is. That's okay.
Hmm?
All right, we can start another game. I'm not too concerned about that game. Like, I don't think, regardless what deck you play, you're gonna beat that hand from Delver.
No, I think there are some. That's what they have going for them, right? They have some hands that are just we cannot compete, right?
I
With
think
some
the
hands.
issue is at the moment, our fail rate is significantly higher than theirs, but our ceiling is only slightly higher than theirs. Obviously, the
Yeah,
ceiling in this deck is arguably the highest, right? In Legacy, like namely the big eraser in natural order. Yeah, nice. Speaking of McWin sauce, I'm glad to have him here. I actually mentioned Tom that for those elf players that have really been struggling with the Delver matchup because there's no more scavenging ooze to essentially take over the late game. I mentioned Ceratops and potentially Arasta, depending on which one you prefer, as the late game Green Sun bomb that essentially closes the door. Whereas now, like you have to play pretty much airtight against a Delver player, and if you don't, like, there's no path to victory with Green Sun. Right? They can beat an endurance given the right hand. Whereas before they could not beat really a Scavengers or a Ceratops slash Arasta. Oh, good games, Magic Maniacs.
well,
So our opponent's in the chat right now.
I I I I I I, I have my what LVP
They're probably just green Eldrazi, right? Like
Eldrazi.
green
Oh my
Eldrazi
god.
splashing for Once Upon a Time.
Yeah. All right, I was just surprised. So I have my copies for setups for I think from 2019 or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think I because when when we started to play Reclaimer and Plague Engineer was everywhere, I would just put two setups in my sideboard for the blue decks.
To what in the sideboard?
Shifting setups.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I have them from a while back in my binder.
Yeah, so I want to give actually Magic Maniacs. Well, he or she is here at the moment. Some some love, so to speak. The definitely the submerge that Giant Helm mentioned was very backbreaking there.
Yeah, that submerge is
That was a killer.
OP, man. I mean, you mentioned it, right? Free spells.
I think the submerge on the Arbor is already really shaky, and then the end of the festivities was just backbreaking.
Yeah,
I in general, it's hard to beat two sideboard cards from Delver that early in the game. Like
they are such high impacts that
I've been
like
like triple
the
like end of festivities before. The thing is like not all in the beginning of the game though, right? Like usually
yeah.
it's like over the course of a longer game.
I think this also is related with what we talked about at the beginning of the stream, like the developer player interacting with the else player while we are still setting up our game, like our
Mm-hmm.
mana and developing a little bit. So
Mm-hmm.
that early submerge was brutal because it didn't let us like transition into the mid game, right?
Mm-hmm.
While if it was have been, if it so maybe if he would have sandbagged it, uh, we would have been able to recover easier
No,
or
no. And as a
maybe.
Delver player, I think from the other side, Jarvis and I did the video, right? Like
Mhm.
from the Delvers, it's definitely correct to just like be very aggressive early on, um, because you want the elf player the growth is exponential, and you want to be able to shut off their mana. So definitely the right play from Magic Maniacs.
Yeah.
I think we're probably dead.
Also, I
Uh,
think we are more used to like playing like we are more used to getting end of festivities on the maybe turn 2, turn 3 than we are used to getting submerged turn 2.
Yeah, submerge on the arbor there was already like we were pretty much on the ropes after that, and then the end of the series pretty much ended it. Pun not intended.
Not intended. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh yikes.
All right, we're gonna beat this regardless.
If we just played collector of the previous turn.
I mean, I can't. I don't even know how many of these they run. Right, like
No, it was definitely. I think like it's just
slight misplay by our opponent potentially.
coincidental that it's on our hand. I would also have played PCO.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking for an action spell here, right? Or whatever.
I mean, yeah, I don't think we're beating that regardless.
No, that was too brutal of I mean, the fact that they didn't even fire Wasteland.
Yeah, I don't think we're beating that kind of hand from Eldrazi. The good thing is, I think not all their hands are like that, and Snuff Out is actually insane in this matchup. I think that's how I boarded. Let me check my sideboard map.
Don't be surprised, Oloro. That submerging the Dryad is one of the best plays. I think the top three targets to submerge probably are like Shepherd on the stack if you want to counter something, Dryad if you want to time walk your opponent, and well, number 3 I would say is just Endurance to get blockers out of the way for your Delvers to hit. But submerging Dryad Arbor is premium target because you blank the draw, right? The next draw, and you know it's just a bad draw.
Ooh, the one time the Snuff Out is not good here, but the rest of the hand
double Sage you too. I mean, it's not even that bad.
I think it's probably okay. This actually is a Stone Rain, too. I don't think they have basics.
No, I don't think they don't. We just ramp here, I guess. Yeah. I think you were debating on playing Shep.
Yeah, I think that's way too slow though.
Yeah. Plus, I like trying to bait them into Chalice again.
Mm-hmm. And the nice thing is we can Stone Rain them here. Okay, that lined up like
nice.
perfectly against us. Now we're on the Stone Rain
driver seat. Yeah.
This is like backbreaking on them.
Imagine if our second land was Badu and we can now even snuff the next play too. That's fine. Acceptable play, I guess.
There's no way they should not hit the Arbor in my opinion, but we'll see. Yeah.
No,
I don't think they can afford to, right?
Yeah, we can. We could even
Stone
Rain again, right?
To do that. What you're thinking of.
I know. It was just, I was just joking.
I think what you are thinking is greedy.
Know my pain, opponent.
They might have a Dismember in hand. Too. Actually,
we have one of our own.
Actually, what I should have done was attack first, and because that forces them to make the decision if they have Dismember, whether to dismember something, and then play the Collective. So slight misplay right there, actually, sequencing.
I don't get that. Why does attacking making them have the decision?
Because they have to decide, like, especially if I didn't have the second Shepherd, whether they want to dismember our Shepherd, save 1 damage, right?
All right.
Usually they will not, but you never know.
Yeah, you're right, Magic Maniacs. Oh man, now I'm just remembering how much I hate Eldrazi during the Eldrazi time. The most difficult lines in this deck? Poof. Like
They're
for
usually
example,
reclaimer related.
yeah, exactly, like the one we saw earlier, in which we were keep mana up. Um, so, for example, for me personally, what I find I try to focus on is uh,
Yeah, actually.
try to play Reclaimer as a 3/4. Try to sandbag Shepherd, uh, like not expose it, not give information that we have it, and try to just play when you have when you want to resolve a key spell, and then specifically related to the Delver matchup, um, knowing when to play in 2 days. I think that's a very hard skill to develop, knowing when and when not to play in 2 days, because you cannot realistically win if you're playing everything with one mana tax basically. So you have to commit sometimes, and you have to know when
You
to
have
do
to
it.
play in today's. Yeah, I completely agree. And I think a lot of times people play a little bit too scared.
It's just hard to know when to commit and when to not. And it's for what it's worth, I don't think all the decisions are 100 correct or 100 or 0% correct, because it's like multiple factors.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I think
So
here
Reclaimer, right? I think I'll take Reclaimer, or maybe
the heritage,
no. I think
what the heritage does is it allows us to stone rain them again.
yeah.
And
But do we want to store him? Well, they didn't play creature last turn,
that's true.
so I think I prefer the Reclaimer. Hmm. uh,
Let me think. Days is what makes Legacy feel Legacy, though, for what it's worth, Giant Helm. I don't want to talk too much about bans, but that is one argument for that side of not banning it. Um,
Visio. You're considering Visio. Well, at least
no, no,
if
no.
it
I'm
was
not
for
considering Visio. It's either
myself,
Heritage or Reclaimer, and I'm.
uh, yeah. So if I was on my own, I would definitely take Reclaimer.
I guess we're not really afraid of anything. Um, but yeah, I think that's fine. The reason why they didn't play a creature too is because they didn't want us to shepherd them, but it's possible they just have a lot of lands too.
Oh, what's going on?
Yeah, I was afraid of that. That's why I thought about getting the Heritage Druid. That is an aggressive attack.
That's what the deck does. I'm even surprised they don't just full swing with
Oh,
everything.
that's.
All right. Oops.
Oops, I win, right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, I know it sounds like we're joking a lot, but the great eraser, right? Like, it doesn't matter what the how bad the situation is. And actually, that's why I think the Delver matchup. It's like the for a lot of Elf players. I think Elves is kind of like the new Doomsday, right? You beat everything but I think at the moment Delver, because you don't have that eraser, right? It doesn't line up well against them.
We just have to work a little harder. I'm just so excited to try the thing on Wednesday and report to all of you. Guys, it's the nuts. You have to buy the playset right now.
So the thing about this matchup is, hey
Hey,
Mike, how's it
Mike.
going, man? Mike is one of our top supporters. I'm glad to have Mike back. Um, we are
Hey,
currently 1-1, I think, in this, right?
yeah, he's one of my top supporters too. So,
So I think this is a keep. But
yeah.
we went 4-1 in our first league. We actually punted against Ant. Could have been a 5-0
Virtual,
potentially.
don't lie. It's virtual 5-0.
I want to be modest at least a little bit. We went 4-1, but probably punted against um
Hmm.
Ant, but that's
Oops.
okay.
So we lead
We
on Arbor Pass.
there is no way I'm leading with Arbor.
No?
No, because if they have a dismember, we're just so far behind.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I would left with Arbor if I was alone, to be honest. But yes, you're right.
I do not think you can do that. Like, it's like weak to a lot of things.
Poof. So now they're gonna take our greens. Well, let's see what they take. It's interesting. Yeah, all right. Butt pick, I guess.
If you're deciding, well, yeah, if you're deciding between me and, oh my god, that's a,
Yeah. Just play this shepherd.
yeah. If you're deciding between me and Inigo, please support Inigo as he's actually helped me a lot on this.
No, it's okay. I prefer to the elf people to concentrate in this channel. Plus, I didn't stream last 2 weeks, so that's okay. No problem. You don't have to say sorry as long as you keep subbing to an elf channel.
I think we're gonna lose. It looks like our opponent is curving out. Yeah.
Yikes.
Jesus. And I think we're okay
Well,
with this. Like, I don't think we
you
can really beat their nut draws a lot of times.
yeah. There's no room for maneuver here.
We have to have
It's not.
the Shepherd turn one is the problem.
I don't think we're dead on the spot. I think. Well, okay. Yeah. The other big eraser might just save us, right?
Potentially, yes.
Wait.
What?
All right. No, never mind. Never mind. I thought we have another land drop, and was gonna ask you about the glimpsing first, but no. Are you meant to be made for double glimpse?
No. Essentially, what I'm doing is I'm just flooding the board here
Trying
and setting up for going to the following turn.
for the yeah. All right. So this was a glimpse to set up the real glimpse.
It wasn't really. It's just like flooding the board, really.
Is the
We have
glimpse
one
pre
turn,
glimpse?
but
Well, actually,
sure.
we recovered like quite a lot from the previous board state. 9-2. We can bounce, and we want to bounce.
You're right. I don't. The thing is, I don't want them to know we have a glimpse coming too.
Yeah. All right. Oof. Hot sauce. So we're hoping for another I win button, I guess.
Wow. Okay.
Lol.
I think they prematurely conceded because we can whiff.
Yeah, funny enough, they prematurely conceded twice because game one they conceded with natural order on the stack without us revealing the hoof, and that's a big mistake.
That one I can see more. Like that one. This one is really iffy, right? Like there's a good chance we just don't even get there.
Yeah, probably they want to say that they don't want to sit
Well,
through 2 minutes of
actually, they're
glimpsing.
probably just dead in most cases. But I
Can you
still
can
think
you
this is a
just
little.
can you just draw some cards to check? Oh,
Oh, it's okay. I do think it's premature, but we'll see.
the one
Go ahead.
I just was curious about the top of our deck.
I will use the restroom real quickly at the moment. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, all right. Never is beast deck. I use the first person endeavor. So yeah, I mean, Expressive Iteration is a strong card, but I think the real power on Delver, or at least from my point of view, Arcan is the card filtering and the card quality DRC provides. We just saw previous game against Delver against the Magic Maniacs how we evoked an endurance to clean the graveyard, and they just put 6 cards on the graveyard on the same turn. So that was just it's too hard. Like basically you have to play a card that removes their graveyard per turn. It's impossible, right? Yeah, it looks like they were a little salty. I mean, the premature. I think that's something exclusive to MTGO. Like I don't think paper like in paper everybody would just play it out and see what happens, but in people in MTGO, I think we we are a little bit more like I don't know, less patient overall, and we just scoop like prematurely. For example, the game against Magic Maniacs, where we just have this one small chance to top deck natural order with the Visio, I probably would have scooped if I was playing on my own. But Newton has this the good teacher. He would just play to the last of our odds. A lot of people in the stream. Less experience with social interaction. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
Yeah, they could be tilted. I mean, there's a good chance they're just dead anyways, but it wasn't for sure. So it's funny you mentioned that a Kesa. Actually, one of our earlier opponents in the previous league, ironically, their username was Elvish Visionary, with Visionary spelled incorrectly. That's the funny part.
Yeah.
And they actually, after I top deck natural order to beat them in game 3, they messaged me, "Oh, your list is suspect, and I would recommend. I don't think Reclaimer is a good card." And then, which is kind of funny, right? Like, I just responded saying, "I think you should look at what won the Eternal Weekend," and then that was that. But I'm pretty sure actually that the traditional build is, at least on paper, for paper play, is much more popular than the Reclaimer build still, because especially a lot of people didn't play during the pandemic. That's partially why, and I also think because it's a lot harder to play, people will say, "Oh, that's not their play style," when in actuality they're just making mistakes, right?
I mean, if you have ever tried it, the deck is just harder to play, right? It's
Yeah, I think it's very obvious that the deck is
but
significantly harder to
it's
play.
not something you have to be like ashamed of or something bad to say. I think I'm actually like I think okay, I'm not a good example because I only play this deck. That's actually a weakness of my own. But what I mean is, it gives you so much room for improvement, right? Because how sad would it be if you play perfectly and your deck just doesn't have the potential to beat your opponents? Is just better that you can assume you are not making all the perfect plays and you can improve as a player, right? I think at least.
So Giant Helm, I'm not sure to be honest, um, if they're the same one. I just noticed that it looked like their spelling of visionary was wrong, which is funny. Vengevine, that's a good question. Um,
Answer is yes.
the answer is yes, but not for the reason you would think. I think here
Well,
actually, I'll just
I
leave
think
it
the
there.
answer is
It is Phil because it's right
higher
here.
higher land count,
Higher land
more
count helps,
copies,
but then I think if the Nano
more
builds had done the same thing we did, which is like played more Once Upon a Times, then it would
exactly
work
right.
in less
So
too, for what it's worth.
that would be my next argument. Like it's higher line count, more copies of Once Upon a Times.
Yeah, it is Phil from. It looks like they're on Reanimator potentially.
Hey, send greetings on chat.
Oh
I
shit.
actually checked. So for like I guess unintended plug for Travenue here. So if you guys know him, you can check him on YouTube, and he just played a league on YouTube with a mono green deck, and it was pretty awesome to watch. Donation deck list. I might end up making a donation deck list for Newton to play Pyroblast Elves because I cannot make him play it otherwise.
So I'm gonna advertise this actually this coming Tuesday. That'll be the 2 year anniversary of me winning the showcase qualifier. But I'm gonna have this new essentially FAQ, right? Frequently asked questions for 2022 for elves. But then in addition to that, I'm gonna also mention that if you really want me to play a certain deck, for instance, okay, if you want me to play a certain deck, then I could have just bounced the heritage, but I don't think that's necessary.
Mm,
I think this is
I actually
fine.
think we are on a not bad position, and I don't think this is Reanimator too. This is I don't know what is it.
I think here actually I want to do it this way. Yeah, I think Mardu it sounds about right. If we draw a one drop elf here, that'd be really good, but wasn't meant to be.
Well, I'm pretty happy with this board as
Yeah.
is.
Oh, if they have consumes all, that would
Like,
be pretty bad.
oof, yeah, consume salt.
But what was I gonna say? Now I forgot.
What were you talking about? Oh, you're
No.
talking about the FAQ about the 2 year
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
anniversary and
So
your
I'm gonna
yeah.
have like normally I would just post this on. Sure. Normally I would just post this on my Patreon, but I think for that day, I'll probably post it ahead of time on Patreon and then release it on the Tuesday. But I think the big point is uh, it's just gonna be an updated version on what happens to be the 2 year anniversary when I won the showcase qualifier. So I think we're in a good spot here. Typically, these Stoneforge Mystic decks, we tend to be favored.
Well, I just want to make a quick shout out to, because I didn't see it earlier, sorry, a quick shout out to Ed, the Demonic Tutors. He won yesterday's Legacy Challenge and he won today's Modern. This guy is just cracked.
Here's a line I think a lot of people will miss, which is the two creatures on board, and then you have a Wirewood out, and you have a Green Sun. A lot of people, I think, would default to just getting another Wirewood. I think to maximize your mana, you actually Green Sun for the Visionary here.
For the Visionary.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will mess that up. By the way,
What did he get of the Stoneforge?
Cauldra.
Caldra.
I think here, I think.
Yeah, I would definitely not have gone for the Visio.
Yeah, I
You're
think
right.
people don't see that line a lot of times because
So what was what was your reasoning again, if you don't mind?
the reasoning is because it generates mana with a Heritage Druid.
Yeah, but why not any other 1 mana elf if you're gonna tap them
Because that gets
anyways?
you the draw, right? I want the draw. Is one mana? I'm paying one mana more to get the draw of the Visionary. Is the logic?
Hmm, yeah. All right. I'll buy it.
So here I'm gonna set up for end step once upon a time.
Yeah. Into hoof. Into oops.
Potentially, yeah. We'll see. This deck top decks real well. It just doesn't mulligan well,
Yeah,
which is
I
why
think
I
it's
tend to
unfair.
keep late.
I think it's unfair calling top decking to casting once upon a time, but that's fine, I guess.
No, no, in general, but yes, once upon a this card is completely
Yeah, yeah,
broken.
I know. I was just messing up with you. But yeah, once upon a time, pretty good top decker card, right? Look at 5, keep 1.
Let's see what they have here.
Yeah, I guess that's the only thing he's missing. I mean, what the hell?
Whoa.
What? So, all
At
right.
random?
I think.
Okay, sure, we let it go.
Wait. Do we argument to bounce a Visio?
No, we don't want any to get bounced. Hit.
Well, I wanted to protect the ones, right?
No. The Visionary is better, right?
But we have spare.
No. We can bounce both, is what I'm getting at.
Oh, right. No. You don't get me. So I was I. What I meant to say is, how about bouncing one Visio in response to the Torak, so we could maybe protect the ones,
No, again.
and then bounce the second, and then depending what we found, we bounce the second one.
No, I think the Visionary given two Wirewoods out is worth more than the ones.
Okay. I mean that's a lot of draws.
We just have lethal here.
We just have lethal, yeah. Noise.
Do we care?
Yeah. Oh, what are we?
I'm debating
around?
how I wanted to sequence this. I think they're just dead.
Okay, so
there's really no point. The meta kind of drove Elf Spiders to this. 1 second.
I think Kaisa.
I'll
I
second.
think
Go ahead. You can answer in the meantime.
yeah. So I think it all started like with the printing of Reclaimer being aligned with the uptick in uh, Plague Engineer. So that was kind when we were forced to play Reclaimer. But I think the Reclaimer build has teched up a lot and evolved a lot. There's a lot of good players working on the archetype, and I think as of today, it's just one step ahead of the Nether build.
I
Personally,
think I think that I don't. I think without overthinking it, at the end of the day, like, would you rather have a reclaimer or would you rather have an Needle Sentinel? Like,
yeah, but that's like the easy question, Newton. Like, what would you rather have, a 2/2 that untaps or a mini Tarmogoyf, ca- f- tutor for Cradle, tutor for Bug, tutor for potential Caracas? Uh, I don't know. It's
I think the reason why also, like, it's generally, at least whether you like the reclaimer build or not, I think at least most people will concede the reclaimer build is better against Delver. Even if you like the other build because you're comfortable with that or you like drawing your deck, you feel like you won't misplay as much. That's all valid. I think the reason though is you will have a harder time against Delver because you are playing cards that are independently less strong, and Delver is good against picking apart your weaknesses. What I mean by that is, like, the reason why decks like Show and Tell have a hard time against Delver is because a lot of their decks don't do anything when they don't have the other piece, right? So you're starting off at a disadvantage, so to speak. And essentially, what we do when we play Nettle Sentinel is we play a card that is good when in conjunction with Heritage Druid and a draw engine, either Visionary plus Wirewood or Glimpse of Nature. But okay, what are we playing against? Oh, we're playing against Phil on the looks like some kind of.
yeah, the dead guy ale plus red build
I think
probably.
Snuff Out is probably very good against this kind of deck because of Stoneforge Mystic. Don't think we want Endurance, and probably don't even want the Bog. And that's probably
No,
fine.
that's perfect. That's maps perfect.
Vengevine 20, good question. I'm an engineer. I work for Boeing at the moment in aerospace. So our team designs propulsion controllers for spacecrafts.
You can check on the stream overlay Hello Newton with a little rocket on it. It's not by coincidence.
Oh, thank you, by the way, Vengevine. Thank you. Uh-oh. Engineer, maybe? Yeah, that
Oops.
is not easy to beat.
That is boomy.
We're gonna toss the Heritage Druid away. It's kind of bad.
You know what? I was more afraid of turn one opposition agent.
Yeah, but then if that was the case, they would have done it on our
Yeah, in response, right?
right to us cracking a fest, right? Speaking of which, we gotta do that now before they get us with it. I think here we force them to tick down.
No,
Like,
GDM, because we actually take out the natural orders against Delver.
who is she?
Mm,
She's supposed to be dead in like. Some argue that she's dead in modern too, for whatever it's worth.
yeah, it's Lily the Granny, right?
So Giant Helm, that is a point of contention against. I just think in the games you beat against Delver, um, you just have to hit land drops, and I don't think you need the
Oops.
eraser, so to speak, of natural order to beat Delver. I think it's more of a liability. Is my issue with it.
Hey, see you, Stefan. Thanks for stopping by. So I want to add to that because we are so some of the else players we are tracking our numbers, and actually game one win rate against Delver is a little higher than game two and three, and apart from the obvious reasons that is they have more sideboard cards, high impact sideboard cards, is that and I don't think it's because they are we have access to natural order game one, but more because we are we know that we can go wide without any like without being worried about it, right? So the fact that we can play game one without being worried about end festivities, for example, makes us play our hands extremely differently, like that games two and three. Of course, apart from um, submerge and other
Take your
blessings that we
follow,
could get.
Blackman. So here, we'll see if we can race the Liliana that's, slowly getting us. Oh, nice. Okay. I mean, they had no choice, right?
Mm,
We take the Liliana off the board here while we can.
near print
And
to the top deck.
we
Well, that's
see.
just sad having a GT and not a creature to equip it.
Yeah, I don't know where the creature count is. I would imagine part of the reason that's the case is because a lot of the creatures probably don't line up well against us too, like pre-board. Like I don't know if they have like lingering souls or whatnot, but like
You think they maybe trim down on creatures?
I don't see how you beat Murktide most of the time without natural. I can only see going wide, whichever, but that's because of. I would agree that is like not that's assessment is like fairly accurate. Though, so what you do is you have to prevent the Murktide from getting the board, and you do have Gris. So four endurance helps a lot. Like you just accept. Unfortunately, I think the best thing is under these circumstances. I think we have to bounce here.
Yeah. So GDM, if you are interested, join the Discord, and
I
in
think
the
under.
Discord there's a section. Sorry.
Go ahead. I'll let you answer.
Yeah. So in the Discord there's a section where I try to compile all the matches, uh, classified by opponents, so you can check some of Newton's games versus Delver. Also, most recently, Mr. Bayou, aka Aaron Relentless, aka Jorg, uh, m- made an article, a guide uh, regarding elves versus Delver matchup, and you can read a lot about how to beat Delver there. And all cyber plans, no, not all, but most of them don't include a dual order.
So I did not attack there notably because they didn't do anything on their turn. So I was afraid of the opposition agent.
Yeah, that's fine. They must have something that we're holding to, I guess.
Maybe a one mana removal spell. It's hard to say.
So I'm not familiar. What mana does that Triumph tap for? White,
Uh,
white, red,
yeah, Martin
black.
colors, I
Right.
guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think here. Actually, let me do this. I'm
Wait,
gonna
it's
fetch first.
16, 18, 16, 17, 18. Doughty cannot block, remember.
Yeah, but if they have a removal spell, well, it's probably just fine. I think.
So it's actually, we put them to 1, right? It's 16 plus 2 extra power from Reclaimer.
Actually, I don't like that with the
So
GTA too, right? But I guess it's
no, no,
fine.
no. I was gonna mention maybe it was worth taking Progenitus just for safety reasons.
No, we can't block it. It has shadow.
But we don't care about the board once we have a resolved Progenitus, right?
Probably not.
Oh, GG is all right. Link to your stream.
One second.
Look at you, Newton. Quadruple tasking.
I know, right? I'm doing what I said I couldn't do. I think, yeah, I think.
I liked a lot Travenue's content, and I also usually listen to the podcast. What's the name? Eternal Glory, I think.
Yeah, I do believe it's Eternal Glory is correct.
Okay, so
With
back to
Brian
back to back
Cook
four on ones.
and Brian Koval, huh?
Back to back 4-on-1s. Is that it?
Thank you for the follow, Phil.
Hey Phil, big fan over here.
So to catch Philip, I guess I have Inigo, aka Ronkor, just watching me play here and just hanging out. This is our second league and probably last match overall coming up. We went 4-1 in the first league, but punted against, and I just like had the kill and just um, autopilot, so to speak.
Yeah, it costed us the end game too, round one, the autopilot.
And then our loss here was to Blue Red, unfortunately. Uh, but overall, doing pretty well. We played, ironically, a lot of Chalice matchups or Dark Ritual decks today. It is for sure, Phil. It's like I think you needed there a creature. We are just discussing it, and then to get the GTA Online, right? Like I didn't have Wirewood symbiote, so
Yeah, it's good you mention it because probably George Aaron Relentless is very hard on himself, but I think it's very an extremely good showing that he was able to top eight back to back, right? So he actually fell in the quarterfinals, but he back to back top eight, and notably yesterday made to the finals. So props to Mr. Bayou. Oh, we have another fill for the end boss. Nice. Giganta. All right.
oh
Is
my
this
god,
land? What is this?
probably lands like, and I don't think we. Well, yeah, this is probably not a keep. The natural is real good against them.
Nah, but
Um,
five lander.
Five
Hmm,
lander, probably not. This is a
better.
lot better.
Here too. Yeah, I guess you didn't get to draw it. Here too is really rough on elves.
Okay.
Nice. Thank you for the subscription.
Thank you for using your Prime. I appreciate that. Man, today has been a good day so far for a subscription.
Yeah.
How long before this gets on the YouTube? Oh, okay. I think they're
Hmm,
asking for the
Pro.
other side.
Oh, I was gonna say right away.
All right.
Ooh.
Not too surprising. Kind of what we expected, right? Like,
Yeah, but I
Gigant.
didn't know eight volts played Giganta, right?
Okay, interesting.
Okay, so the actually, I want to get that live from them so bad.
What was I gonna say? Okay, so a case. I actually think Elves has been good for a long time now. It's just like the thing is, people, I think have a hard time playing this version. It is like significantly harder. I know I say that, and then obviously I'm biased, but you can ask anybody who's tried to pick up this deck. I think it's like twice as hard to play.
Yeah, and it's actually contradicting, but it's actually harder if you come from the Nether build, I think, because you have to you it if you just play as a Nether gamer, you will not take out all the juice from the Reclaimer lines.
Yeah, I think what Inigo is saying is accurate. Like if you played Neto before, including myself, who because that's what I played before, you have to kind of unlearn bad habits, so to speak, because you like tunnel vision into the combo when it's not necessarily the best line.
Yikes! I want to bog them so bad.
We cannot though, or not really at least
Oh,
because
nice! We
what?
have a window, right?
No, they're gonna put in their land, right? We can't bog because what's gonna happen is they're gonna draw in response.
Mm. Mm. So we just play for the. Wait.
So what's gonna happen is if we
Um.
try to bog them, they're gonna crack the waterlogged grove and then bounce the loam back.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if that's somewhat worth it or not.
If we do that, they bring the loam back, and then essentially what happens is um, they have a dead draw for one turn, so they're time walk for one turn. But the problem is,
I
well,
mean, for
actually, it
what it's
might be
worth, we
okay.
could we can just fake it or whatever, like play. And if they do that, we just because if we do it in response, we just get Cradle instead.
No. They can respond to the bog trigger.
Yeah, but maybe. Yeah. Okay. I guess if I've learned some. Okay, so last weekend, short story. Last weekend I played a paper event here in Madrid, and I prematurely conceded to a painter opponent, um, like assuming he would do the right play right when we act when they activated the grindstone, rotate for the painter to keep the effect in play when the grindstone effect was on the stack, because I had a force of beacon in hand, but I didn't let my I didn't let my opponent do it, right? So I didn't give him the chance to misplay. So I
Mm-hmm.
think this is a similar spot when you have to mm, try to put them on the spot where they can misplay, right?
The thing is, like, yeah, I think given
Oh my
that they
god!
flipped the wasteland now, we can't
Oh my
really.
god! They didn't crack it. Nice.
What that cracking it doesn't do anything there, right?
It saves them one loam, right? Can you
Um,
open up the
no,
exile,
you
please?
don't need two loams, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. Can you open up the exile? What did we get? Their exile, I mean. Mm,
How do I want to do this?
you we hold now 2 mana and go for Cradle, or just play it out?
If we get a visionary here, that taps us out, unfortunately. I think we're not winning this game without Cradle.
They are hellbent too.
I think, yeah.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, so if I was sold on endurance against regular lands, against 8 mulch is just an all-star, right? I think because when they keep like sketchy hands, the
Mm-hmm.
way to draw out of it is just loaming to death. So all right, that's okay, I
That no,
guess.
that's a big problem.
Yeah, they will have to hold it up. Well, I will. They don't have any rush.
That is a
Oh,
problem.
it's true. We have our bog out. It's true. It's true. Yikes.
They're probably gonna. Well, oh, if they were
Hmm.
smart, they would have wasted that on upkeep.
Wait.
What?
Mm, was it worth it to natural order for, since we have two, right? Natural order
Sorcery?
for arc. Yeah, but that blocks our second natural order too.
I don't think we're winning in that situation.
Well, they don't have anything going on for them apart from the wasteland lock.
Well, they're pretty close to stage, right?
Yeah, I mean, I still have a lot of
Like
doubts
I
on
think
this
what's
matchup.
happening.
I don't really feel pressured here. For well, that's what I mean.
No, I don't think you realize we're under a lot of pressure actually. Like they're gonna start eating away at our lands is the issue, and we have to dig for a cradle. Like our line is now very clear. Like we have to find cradle for natural order, especially in time before thespian stage is a thing.
Yeah, but I guess that's another argument to go for the nat for the natural order on our complete previous turn, right? Oh my god, the third one.
Yeah, we could have done that. That's fair.
Like what I mean is, if you are so clear our mana is being attacked, that was a window to cast for like having access to 4 mana like easily without committing to the top of the deck or our draw steps.
No,
So
I
I
think
don't
that
know.
if anything, that's the correct play, and it's either that or dig for the kill, right? My concern with that line is we're not gonna kill anytime soon, because we
Yeah. So
can't
it,
both,
it
right? I don't
mm,
feel like it's a winning line.
yeah, it's a mediocre line, I would say. Yeah. What? Oh, nice. Who let the bug out? That's a pretty good phrase to add to the bot, I
Field is
guess.
going to be a big problem here.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm liking Archon and Sorcery more and more because I just realized it stops mode 2.
Yeah, I think if anything that would be the line to take. Um, but I don't think you can just like hold mana out. Like that to me is not a winning line.
Yeah.
They're gonna put in a ton of zombies in there now.
Yeah. We still have the big eraser of the
No,
top.
I think we're getting to an area where it's not gonna erase enough. Some of this is in ink already.
In case of ink. We need T-Pex. Maybe bigger eraser, I guess. They are Absan, it looks like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
Phantom.
you're right. We probably needed to get the Archon on sorcery there. We probably lose regardless because I feel like they can probably
Yeah,
just
the
like if
clock
that can
wouldn't
like
be
kill the
enough,
distance. I don't think.
and we would be under far too much pressure, I guess. So that's 14. So we get a heritage and pray. We can't even get a. We can't even attempt a draw, right? Yeah.
What?
Just this. Just draw once. See if we check on Cradle.
Actually, there is something we can do at the moment. The wasteland is in the yard.
Ooh, endurance,
Yeah, we can get the endurance here actually.
and
We
it's a
take
blocker too.
14. That's okay.
Yeah. And we have mana. We have creature mana plus the forest, which cannot be removed. Yeah, nice. Oh,
No, I'm thinking about like what's.
what? Why did we get off? Why did we get it off a natural order, not off Zenith?
I tunnel vision into that.
All right.
That was a misplay by
What?
me. Thank you for the follow, Jake.
What? What did we pitch?
We pitch a virtual range.
Oh, Berserker. All right.
I should have got it off the thing, and then I just like tunnel vision
No, no.
into
I,
it.
I, I just asked because maybe you're thinking ahead and planning on getting something else with the. Okay, so they.
Hopefully, it does not bite us. We'll see.
I think first they have to swing. They cannot afford to stay back,
Correct.
and they actually don't know we have natural order. And so maybe uh, it's a good bait having casted off natural order because that
No,
seems
I don't think so because like our hand could just be more natural orders, right? Like we definitely misplayed there because I went too quickly, but
the
like I
full
said,
plays it.
I tend to play very fast, and unfortunately, I tunnel vision into the natural order line. I'm drawing off the vision here already.
You didn't even check your draw step, right? Just what? No,
Sure.
nothing we can do really.
I'm counting on them to just swing out here.
Yeah, me too. Right. It would be super next level from them to just stay back, right?
Oh, actually, that's a problem now. They have the loam now that they can cast and just like put 6 more zombies into play.
Mm, Six
Yeah.
more. That's 12. Wait. They are 16 though. They're not full.
No, what's gonna happen
What?
is they're
Oh,
just
they
gonna make a
copied.
bunch of zombies here because of the mana bond.
Yeah. We can block one. Even two if you're up to bouncing, but I guess you're
No,
not.
no, we're not gonna do that.
Mm.
Oh my god.
Okay,
I
let's
don't
see.
think we
Let's
have
see.
lethal through. Well,
Let's see what our top deck gives us. Maybe we are blessed with a, I don't know, Cradle. Like Warsdraw would be Hoof, right? Oh my god, that's that's a lot of zombies. Oh my god, it's triple Field of the Dead. Okay, I think we can go. We can pack it up. I think
probably yeah. I mean, we
it's not.
misplayed, but it didn't matter, right?
Come
Like,
on, opponent. You don't
right, we
usually
have to
you don't
get
bring.
through 38 plus 54 damage essentially here.
I mean, we can try glimpsing, right?
Yeah, we can. I've already through, but that's okay.
Yeah, we're here for the show. Apparently, this version cannot glimpse, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Come
We
on,
misclicked, but
Cradle.
I don't think it mattered here. Yeah, that's it. No.
That's fine.
We
I think we
needed them
get
to
them.
whiff the one turn where we had shields down. Like there was a turn where we already used bog and we tapped out and we just needed to not to have anything that turn and they did. I mean that's part of magic. And I do
Like
think
the
we are not favored in this matchup for whatever that's worth.
yeah, definitely game one we're not
Definitely
favored.
game one or two, right? Especially if they know what you're on.
But I think we are on a much better position. Game 2 and 3 with all the endurances. Even if we're not running ley lines, like
I think the thing about Leyline is just like there's diminishing returns too, right? We have four reclaimer, four endurance, and I am not anywhere near to cutting either of those. 3/4 tribal, right? So there is diminishing returns with too much graveyard hate too. I mean, obviously,
you mean overall or for this matchup specifically?
I mean overall, because then like
Hmm.
you already have eight cards that or five, nine if you count bog naturally drawn against graveyard decks. Granted, some of them you need it on time. Like reclaimer on the draw is not going to be fast enough, but I think that's why there's diminishing returns with Leyline of the Void too, which is why I'm not too high on it at the moment.
Hmm. I didn't see the complete metagame breakdown of today, but I could see Reanimator being on the uptick a little bit. I will check tomorrow probably.
I just don't think we even need like Leyline to beat Reanimator too. It's crazy because this is 2022, right? Where Reanimator is not even held in check by blue decks; it's held in check by green decks and
And tag,
DNT.
yeah, the Syndicate plus DNT, right?
But yeah, the Syndicate and DNT.
Okay. Give me a graveyard hate piece.
We actually punted too, right? Like we should have gotten the source Archon on sorcery, but that's a different story too.
Hmm. Mm, But there's no way to know if that would even matter. They already had some power on
Also, that
board.
that line loses to like a maze too, right? Like you just don't have
Yeah,
anything.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Which they had.
But maybe it's correct. I don't know. That one I have to think about some more. I think it's probably right, but
At least, at the very least, it buys time, right? So maybe it's
right.
not a winning
I think
line, but it's like a I don't know, time buying line.
I think they've run crop rotation too. So we're dead to a few different things, but maybe that's the best line. Like if they run crop rotation
Down
and
to
let's just say
five.
four dark depths, that's like 8 outs they have over 3 to 4 turns, which I
Hmm.
think is like reasonable for them to have.
Oh, something I wanted to mention. You know how I am always advocating against Caracas, and so I've noticed that land decks are cutting and cutting more and more. At least the people are like land players I follow,
Uh-huh.
they are cutting more and more on the Dardex package. I mean, no, so I'm referring to land strategies, not like specifically depth strategies, right?
Yeah, I think it's because they know we have the green decks have Boseiju now, right? That's part of it.
Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Oh, nice.
We get blown out by Blast Zone. It's just whether I want to play into it or not.
Well, I think we do.
I think we do. Yeah, given this hand.
Just try to draw as much cards as possible, right?
Right. Oops. Cancel.
Y- Uh, hmm. Can play it out.
If I don't think we do because it's a small hit. We have lethal anyways, so I think we do that. Doesn't change the
Mm,
clock, and it gives us access to glimpse if need be.
fair enough. Yeah. Oh,
Okay, we got punished for not
I'm not
playing it
playing the
out.
shepherd.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yikes. All
So
right.
that's on
Wait.
me. Maybe
Wait.
we don't
So,
play. We don't care about the
no.
blast
Wait.
zone.
Wait.
What?
Maybe we bounce a Visio to have an extra look on the natural order.
No, no, for sure. We definitely
Oh.
bounce, but
Okay. Okay. That's good. That's good. Cradle's good.
uh,
I think no. I think we want to keep max attackers, right? In case we top the natural order, because we have only one untap effect.
that is fair. I was thinking about whether we wanted to maximize the mana, but I don't think it changes the math
We,
that
we
much.
have back-to-back cradles, right? So I think it's not important. Again, I would think I would play. Okay, yeah.
The punt was
Mm,
not playing the fifth attacker because I didn't think about
yeah,
the
but you can only play around so much things, right?
unfortunate end.
Yeah. Okay, no problem. It's Mary Late, right? I just mistalked about her, and there she is.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think we win here easily.
If we play the fifth elf, yeah,
Yeah, I mean we get hit by blast zone, but maybe we just don't care, right? Like,
yeah.
it
Okay,
is what it
so
is.
that's fine.
My concern was blast zone, but I guess maybe we just accept losing to that on that board.
Could they activate it though? They
Yeah, they
could.
could have.
It's
It's 3 mana. They
they
would have had
could.
4 lands.
Yeah, but they needed exactly land number 3 and blast zone, right?
I guess the thing is like we don't really care if they blast zone it. Like we're not winning through Shepherd activation in most cases,
Wait.
anyways.
Is it? This is 8 volts. Are they running blast zone?
They usually are, yeah.
Because it blows up all their acceleration, right? It blows mana bond and exploration.
I think they still run it though. It's like they can find it off crop rotation.
Maybe.
But yeah,
All right.
nevertheless, I think I usually don't play conservatively there, but like I was just thinking like what we lose to, and I think if they blast on us there, we probably lose anyways. So I think we probably just commit to the board. I wasn't playing around the Marelays because I was thinking about what they
The
could
yeah
have, right?
the blast zone. Yeah, I think you can. As I said, there were two things we could choose to play around, and we opted to play around the wrong one, right? We should
Well,
have
it's
played.
not even playing on blast on, right? I think if they blast on us there, we're probably unlikely to win anyways, and just hope they don't have it, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's
And
fair
even
too.
then, if they blast on, if they have the crop rotation, that's 1, 2, 3 cards
No,
that
yeah,
they would
one
lose
short.
anyway. So I think that was just a misplay on our behalf, and then because then it would be
No,
a 4 for 3, right? In that scenario. So
Because they blow themselves too.
because
Yeah,
they blow
yeah,
up their
that's
own
true.
exploration, they eat a land that they had the crop away. They lose and then they lose the blast zone. That's three cards, and then they hit around I think four of ours. So
Hmm. Okay. So quick recap on the deck list. What this card was not very present today.
no, but the matchups didn't matter
Um,
for it, right? Like we boarded in, we would have boarded in against the Doomsday player if need be. I think the list itself, we probably to be honest, could have went 4-1 in the second league. If I
hmm.
played a little bit better both games at the end, um, maybe that's
Yeah, definitely,
positioning.
definitely possible of 5-0 in the first league too, because we are specifically geared against spell combo with this sideboard. So yeah, I think good. But what I think it's very good, and I'm very happy personally because I tend to change and test a lot. Is that the main board is been so stable for like what 2 months now.
Mhm.
So I think we are on a sweet spot regarding the main deck. Just trying to get our correct choices for the sideboard,
I think the
which I
main
think
deck,
anyways
yeah, I think the main deck considerations is like, do you want to play two or three Boseiju? I
say
think it's
just
like three or four Once Upon a Times. And those are like the main considerations. I know York likes the second Birch Lord instead of the fourth Heritage. I mean, instead of the first Outsourced Shepherd as well for smoothing out hands. That is definitely a consideration as well.
yeah, yeah,
Actually, when York picked up this deck, I told him he asked me about Birch Lord, and I said actually this card is secretly better than Heritage Druid because you don't need three creatures, you only need two, so you get
yeah,
your
and
mana
it plays
investment back immediately.
around removal amazingly, right?
Exactly, it makes sequencing much harder for your opponent.
Yeah.
And
To be
one of
fair,
the
York opted for the second Berserker instead of the fourth Shepherd
mhm.
for his list. So that's
Right, that
oh
tells you
oh
how highly York thinks of the Birch Lord Rangers. The
yeah.
league, we went 4-1 and then we went 3-2. We played a little bit sloppily against the
The eight
Moch
modes,
player.
right?
I think we probably should be favored if I played better. We definitely would have won that game three there. Or if they have the crop rotation in hand, what ends up happening is then they would have to blow up both sides. But I think going forward, um, their deck is kind of like a critical mass deck as well. And I
Hmm.
think if they had to blow up their board a little bit like that, we would have been able to potentially get back into the game. But hard to say otherwise. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
overall, I'm pretty happy with the list though.
Yeah, yeah. So I am quick thing I want to mention to you and see how you feel about it. So the list I was gonna register today if I were to play the challenge
Mm-hmm.
would have been like the same main deck, but I like to play the three Boseijus.
Uh-huh.
So three Boseijus in the main the same main deck, and then on the sideboard I decided for discard number 5 on duress, double snuff out as you do. The one of force because I'm concerned about DNT because I've been losing to it a
Uh-huh.
little bit. And then zero runafouls, one Caracas, two chokes.
Okay.
So like because I cut it the runafouls, I thought okay, so I need something to against Merit Lage, at least one single card.
Uh-huh.
So it might be two treble two, and then the chokes because we discussed at the beginning of the stream and with Jorg about the alternate plan with chokes in the Delver matchup, right?
Uh-huh.
So yeah, maybe play that on the next challenge. We will see.
Yeah, we can discuss that internally or just on your stream too. I'm gonna go ahead and
Yeah.
rate Straz Daddy now. Thank you
Oh
for
yeah.
everybody for coming by and staying
Yeah.
from Tony Scapone's stream earlier, and I appreciate again.
Yeah,
Shout out
thank
to
you for
Tony too.
everybody, and thank you too for inviting me. I had a blast. I only intended for a short talk, but it was very nice.